Hello, strangers! Well, this is odd. This is weird. You are on the Wyatt the Word Weaver channel, and yet this is not a video. It's not a video essay. It's not a weird vlog. This is a podcast. Yes, it's a podcast. You can tab out and just listen to it. There will be some visuals on the screen, but we're mostly just going to do this in audio form. We are reviewing and recommending and chatting about a game called 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. It is a massive game that's got a huge story and lots of things to talk about, and I have neither the time nor the technical ability to make a powerful and complete or even good video essay about this. But I had so much I want to talk about because this game is just a brain blast of ambition and creativity, and it deserved my time. I think it deserves yours. And I wanted to talk about it. And so I've made this podcast where we are going to download just everything to you. Part of this is going to be a review and a recommendation, so if you have no idea what 13 Sentinels is, haven't heard about it before today, that's fine. That's what we're here for. And then we're going to go into just a massive spoiler discussion about gameplay, story, best girl fights, everything you want to know. I say we because I have enlisted a comrade here to help me. My senpai, a guy who I respect very much, very good podcaster, has been in the game for a long time. Please meet the Ladybug Man. Buggy, how you doing?
I am doing fantastic. I'm really looking forward to talking about this game. It's a really unique, interesting game. Anyway, as Wyatt said, I am Buggy. I run the Ladybug Productions, which is kind of a catch-all for my blogging and podcasts that I do. You can find it at theladybug.productions, and talk a lot about anime, some about games, a lot about reality TV as well, which is...
Yeah, that's the good stuff.
Yeah, the good stuff. So, that's who I am.
And Buggy, what's your Twitter at, just so people know how to find you?
Oh, that would be at the Ladybug Man. That's D-A Ladybug, because it is your characters. That's why. Not because I came up with it when I was trying to sound hip. And if you happen to be listening to this in any of my feeds, Wyatt is a good friend of mine. He is a writer. He is a video essayist, producer, kind of. I don't know. How would you describe it, Wyatt?
That is correct, but it also hurts my soul, but it also makes my dick big. I don't know how to feel. I make video essays on YouTube. I scream on Twitter. I also write books, but you're not allowed to read them. I promise I'm a cool guy. Buggy, tell them I'm a cool guy!
Wyatt's a cool guy, and Wyatt is also actually the person who got me to check out 13 Sentinels. That and, like, a few rumblings I'd seen here and there on social media, so...
That's a really great jumping off, because I wanted to begin by just talking about, like, the context of this game, because I first heard of this because I'm an avid listener of the Castle Super Beast podcast with Woldy Madden and Pat Staresat, and I would never have heard about this game if it weren't for them. And also I've heard some jokes about this game getting kicked off of like a website that rates visual novels because it was the highest rated visual novel, and it like replaced Muv-Luv, and like the mods couldn't have that. I don't know if it's true or not, but I hope it's true because it's hilarious.
Well, I mean, it is a visual novel.
We can get into that. It's a novel and it has visuals, all right. Mm-hmm. But I bring it up because this is a sleeper hit. And I mean like this isn't like a sleeper hit like Demon Souls was a sleeper hit or like Hades was a sleeper hit. No, this is a proper like sleeper hit. This game came out in 2019.
Yeah, I did not know that until I read it in the document you sent me. I'm like, it's 29. I could have sworn it had just come out.
I am going to look this up on Wikipedia right now, just so I know I'm not lying to people. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was launched in the US in 2020. Coronavirus might have slowed it down. But Yeah, 2019 video game right there, developed by Vanillaware and published by Atlas for the PlayStation 4. So if y'all don't know Vanillaware, they're like they're a Japanese developer who's, they're not Nintendo, they're not Square Enix. They're not a big player, but they've put out several games like Odin Sphere and Dragon's Crown that are very well regarded in niche circles. Did a lot of stuff for the Vita. If you were one of the 17 people who had that console. And I first heard about this as basically a recommendation of this being like this amazing, crazy video game that you have to play because there's nothing like it.
One quick note. I checked and it looks like it released worldwide September 2020. So in the Western world, it is a little less new. Or a little newer, rather.
And they probably it's probably taking their time to dub it into everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there to dub.
So I have heard that Vanillaware and Atlas, the publisher, are very happy with the amount this game has sold. But it's not it's not a big deal. Most people have not heard of this game. Most people outside of like anime games or visual novel circles or just weird ass nerds on the internet like you and me probably haven't heard of this game, for very good reasons. But I think this game deserves at least a little more fandom and appreciation because it is at the bare minimum a incredibly ambitious piece of art that is worth knowing about and respecting for the sheer scope of what was attempted. And I actually think it's far better than that. And so the way that happens is people who like the game talk about it. You and we need to talk about it, just like I heard about it because some streamers were just recommending it and talking about it. So that's what we're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
So, Buggy, 30 seconds. I know nothing. Pitch me 13 Sentinels.
Okay, so imagine if Octopath Traveler was Ace Attorney and also the stories actually intersected with each other instead of being just 8 different stories. I think that's more or less it.
That is true, except also every single anime trope you've ever seen, except also every single cyberpunk trope you've ever seen.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So the thing that sets 13 Sentinels apart from most stories is its scope. This is an epic narrative. Genre-wise, this is an narrative. I use the word epic with like a capital E because this like is in the same genre with things like the Odyssey and the Iliad, Full Metal Alchemist, what's the thing called? Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter. This is a huge narrative that is both large in its physical size and the amount of time it takes to get through. Though not as actually long as a lot of Western AAA games. We'll address that in a bit. But it's large in the scope of characters, emotions, themes it addresses, and what it says about humanity. It's something like Gurren Lagann, where it takes its emotions and what it says about the human race to the farthest scale it possibly can. And if you're a fan of something like Gurren Lagann, Kingdom Hearts, Lord of the Rings, why can't I think of the most famous fantasy property of all time? Star Wars, this is in line with that. I think that is the genre, for lack of a better term, that it slots into. And we should explain how this game works. So, most people are going to talk to you about this game, they're going to talk to you about the story. Now, this game has combat. Part of the reason there's a lot of debate about whether or not it's a visual novel is it has way more what we call gameplay than what you normally think of as a visual novel contains.
Mm-hmm.
And but can you kind of talk a little bit about how the gameplay and the narrative interact and intersect and how you bounce between the two?
Well, once you reach a in the beginning of the game, It just gives you a story segment and then a gameplay segment, then a story segment, then a gameplay segment. But once you
that lasts about an hour.
Yeah. Once you reach a certain point, it opens up and you can choose what story segments you're doing or what battle segments you're doing. And you can, I believe, go straight through just all the battles at once, in theory. Maybe? I'm not sure. Are the battles locked off at a certain point?
Yes.
Okay.
So, so what this game is you have like a menu screen, and you have 3 sections.
Yes.
One section is called Remembrance, and this is where you go to do the story.
Yep.
Now, you will have a wheel, I'll probably have it up on screen, you'll have a wheel of various protagonists to choose from. Eventually 13, but you start up with 7.
Mm-hmm.
And, why did they select 13? Well, it's the coolest number, of course. And I played a lot of Kingdom Hearts 2 when I was 11.
Yeah.
So you
the game should maybe be called 15 Sentinels, but 15 Sentinels isn't a
weird Buggy. That's for the story discussion. Yeah, 15 versus 13 because this story needed to be more complicated. You can select which protagonist you want to observe, and each protagonist has a story arc, a character arc, and a piece of the story.
Mm-hmm. And you will, at certain points, get locked out of continuing the story unless you reach points in other people's stories, or if you can sometimes get locked out and need to complete a certain battle.
Yes. Now, the battles are also locked off at certain points until you complete a certain amount of the story of Remembrance. Destruction is the battles, and that's just it's literally a missions list. I'm looking at right now, and you basically just there are 31 missions in the main game, 41 total, and you literally just go down the list 1, 2, 3, 4, yada yada yada.
In that way, it's almost like an open world story in some ways.
That is a genius way to put it. I never would have thought of
because
that. Because
you can do whatever you want at whatever point you want, but there are certain requirements to get to certain points.
There are bottlenecks and there's choke-offs. So there's actually story content in the combat. So, Buggy, so can you explain like where the combat takes place in the story?
What do you mean by in, like, where and in?
So what's the first thing that happens in our game? Like when you boot it up, what's the first thing that happens?
Well, you see this guy watch this anime high school girl touch a part on her body. It's on her thigh, and it summons a giant robot, and they get into the giant robots and are teleported to what looks almost like this, like, low resolution grid type thing, like almost a Tron type aesthetic.
I would say that like the aesthetic of the combats of this game looks like kind of baby's first RTS, though I don't play RTS. It's more of an active time battle system, but we'll get to the combat in a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So we are teenagers who are fighting off a kaiju apocalypse. Kaiju have invaded the city, and they are killing everybody, and it is up to us to get in our robots and go out and save the world. And this is what happens at the end of our story.
Yes.
So we begin at the end, and it's called Remembrance because we are seeing how we got to this point.
Yes. Every story thing is just part of the final battle.
Yes, so just to explain how this story works, is that basically 13 Sentinels is the most convoluted narrative I have ever come across, though I have not read House of Leaves. It is the most shandified thing in the world, and if you know what shandification means, you're a real one. If you don't, I'm not going to explain it. Because it's stupid.
I have no idea what it means.
Yeah, that's because you're not a YouTube video essay nerd. And I refuse to explain it. Anyway, so this is the most scrambled story ever. That's kind of what shandification means. It is out of chronological order 4 layers deep. So Buggy already said that you can play the story in any order. So I said we had 13 protagonists. Those 13 protagonists are not viewing the same story. Instead, imagine imagine one story divided into 13 parts, each of which is shown to you by a character's point of view. Now, let's say we have a character named Robert who is viewing the story. Robert has a chunk of his story that he is the protagonist in, that we control him with our PS4 controller that he's using to navigate the story. But Robert will also show up in Lucy's story and Jimmy's story, and and also we can skip from playing Robert's story to playing Lucy's story, which might take place 2 months after Robert's story, even though we could play as Lucy before we could even play as Robert.
Yep. And it's
so, and then there's the fact that within every story, Robert will have flashbacks to things that happened before. So basically the audience, no one is going to play through this game the same way. Everyone is going to see the narrative in a different order. So not only are you forced to experience the game in chronological order, because we'll kick you out of one character's story and force you to go into another character's story, which will scramble the chronological order, but the individual stories themselves are not fully in chronological order. And there's the fact that this is a game about time travel, multiple timelines, and various levels of, for lack of a better term, fuckery in knowing what the hell is even happening, what is real, who is who, am I awake, don't blink.
Trust no one, not even yourself.
Especially not yourself. The only people you can trust is the mystery files, and that leads us to the third chunk of the game. It's given a full part of its screen, even though you'll mostly think of the gameplay and the combat. And that is part of the way that this story works, is that in order to help you just even keep track of where the hell you are, they give you 2 tools. They give you files where you can view like what we know about every character at every point in the story. You're like, okay, here's what we know about this guy, here's his backstory, here's his motivation, here's what's happened to him. And you also get this giant timeline where you can see every event in the story at once and the order that they come in. And that is how you orient yourself as to when we are. When the heck is this?
It is essentially a game that has its own wiki as part of the game.
So what percentage, while you were playing through this, what percentage of the game did you have to get to before you, like, knew what was going on? Like, how long were you just walking around being like, what?
I think, so the way I played through the game, I started by playing through all the stories fairly evenly, which meant that I was confused for about the first third of the game, I would say, and then the second third of the game was just what the fuck, just over and over again, and then near the end, around the last third of the game, I would say, once you get past like the 66% mark in every story, is when things start
bizarre?
Clicking, and it's like, oh, okay, I get that. Okay, I get that now.
When you realize what's going on, because you're so used to just being like, it's like a learned helplessness of like just being like, yeah, I guess this is a thing. And then you're like, oh wait, no, she got there because she got the gun from that guy because she's got to go to. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, so the last thing I want to say is, if you play this game, I would recommend. I first had the thought of like trying to like burst down one person's story as far as I can go and then doing another person. I would suggest that you try and like keep everybody roughly even. It won't let you because you got to do certain things in certain orders.
I think one of the characters that it gives you at the beginning of the game it essentially locks you out of until near the end of the game, because you need to get a certain amount of protagonists past 80%, I think, in their stories.
Yeah, and then there's Taketoshi, where, like, is the third guy you get control of, but then you'll do his story once, and it'll say, okay, you can't do this again until you get to X percentage on Nenji Ogata, and Nenji Ogata may not even be a character you've unlocked yet.
That's who I was talking about. Like, it locks you off for a while before it allows you to.
And that teaches you that you just need to explore and figure things out. I would also suggest that you do roughly 2 or 3 story segments and then 1 combat section, 2 or 3 story segments and 1 combat section. The reason for this is that the way the 2 are tied together is that you essentially get experience points by playing the story that you can use to upgrade your characters in the combat section, which will greatly make the combat easier for you. I have found just through playing this game for maybe over 40 hours that, like, it is probably, for me, it was most fun when I was bouncing between the 2. When I tried to binge one or the other, going back to the other one, kind of, it was painful and it was awkward, and this is just kind of and so the last thing I want to say before we move on to the combat, which we're going to give its due, is I want to pitch to you. So I said that this is one big story that's broken into 13 chunks. And it's not just broken into 13 chunks to give you 13 arcs, because people will go through dramatic parts of their story in another person's arc where they're not the point of view character. The reason there's 13 different stories is that these individual stories are they're mini stories. They're in many ways self-contained, and a lot of them are built around a trope or a theme that makes a story infinitely interesting. Buggy, could you go through... So I was just going to ask if you could, like, pitch me on, kind of very vaguely without spoilers, who it is. Just, like, some of the premises that were thrown at.
All right. Let's see here. There is one story that is essentially a magical girl story that is suspiciously similar to Madoka Magica in particular. There is a time loop story, like a Groundhog Day story. There is, let me see. There is a time traveling adventure story.
Basically E.T.
I haven't seen E.T., but it
has E.T. It has very E.T. vibes of a girl finds an alien and then she goes on time traveling adventures with
There's
it.
time traveling in E.T.?
I
thought it was just being hidden from the cops.
It has the vibe of E.T. It's sitting in E.T.'s, like, emotional bathwater, if you will. If E.T. is Belle Delphine, then Natsuno Minami's story is a simp who bought the... I don't know why I brought this up. Please, Buggy, bail me out.
Anyway,
I don't know what's going on.
There's one story that is a sort of Born Identity type story, I feel like. Guy with amnesia.
Guy wakes up in an alley next to a corpse. He doesn't know how he got there.
And he is like this tactical sort of secret agent or something. Let me see what others there are that I can think of. There's one that is more or less a detective story.
Yeah, interviewing witnesses, trying to solve a mystery. There's a few school children who are just having strange dreams one day while nodding off in class. There are a few men out of time. There's people being manipulated by shadow organizations. And one thing we'll get into...
There's one character who's, like, a good half of their story is basically just going out and having school days segments with friends where they talk about boys. But also there's some weird supernatural stuff going on as well.
Yes, two characters are essentially kind of Sora from Kingdom Hearts, but the last thing I'll say about this is that This story is going to be a lot more comfortable for people who are very familiar with Japanese tropes and have consumed a lot of anime, manga, and that kind of bullshit. If you haven't, I think you'll still enjoy it, and I think it's still good. I think it totally rests without it. And a lot of stuff will probably fly over your head, and that'll be fine. The game is, I would say, very well localized, and you probably won't be lost in the culture. There'll actually be some times where, like, it'll give you a little, like, hey, this is what senpai means.
Yeah, in the analysis section, it will very often explain, okay, well, this is why this was translated this way. This is, like, the origin of this term.
If you don't know what a sukeban is, here are 7 sentences that will explain it.
Yeah, basically.
But then again, it is very Japanese. It's set in the Japanese 1980s, a good chunk of it, and it leans into the culture and the school life of said setting.
There's one thing I'd like to bring up yet, or go back to rather. You said that you recommended 3 story segments and then 1 battle segment, and I think that works pretty well. Do you recommend making them different story segments, like different people's stories?
Yeah, yes. I mean, ultimately, follow your heart. Do whatever you feel like doing. If you're super compelled by a story, follow it down. But
ultimately, I disagree because I started enjoying the stories and like having them click a lot more when I played through multiple parts of a story in a row. Just because, I mean, they're designed as individual
There are
stories.
definitely some segments that flow. There are definitely some segments that flow into each other, and that you will want to like double or triple tap on. One great thing is that you actually don't have to choose, because this game doesn't really have a new game plus feature, or even starting a new save file is kind of pointless. Because you can replay every battle mission in this game, and you can review every story cutscene in this game, and at the end, when you beat it, it gives you tons of features. This game has the most exhaustive chapter select I have ever seen. So if you want to burst down just like one and consume a character's single storyline, that's totally doable. I think that the story kind of like, it makes more sense when you're jumping between people. The downside of that is you can kind of forget what's going on. I don't think it does story.
Because each story kind of explains a different aspect of the story. So instead of like, what happened to me is I got lost because it threw so much world building at me all at once. But if you play through one story more frequently, it gives you more answers about, okay, well, here's what's going on. Now you understand this. It's easier to understand how the other stuff tie into it.
I did burst down Iori's story, and that probably did help ground me a little.
Iori, which one was
yeah,
Iori?
Definitely do.
That's
yes. That's main girl. So do what feels right. Follow your heart. And you will be lost no matter what you do on a certain level. There are parts where you will be confused. Oh, I want to just kind of like, to be clear, this is the 4th time I've said this, but last thing I'll say is explaining the plot of 13 Sentinels. This is a story about plot twists. It is not a story that contains plot twists. Plot twists are the story. I'm going to give a spoiler. I'm going to talk about something that happens an hour and a half into the game, just to kind of give you an idea of how this works. So, you start the game, you're introduced to this guy, Juro Kurabe. He's a 16-year-old, he's a high schooler, he's getting in the robot to save the world. Woo, woo, woo. We go back to his story, we see that he's just an average high schooler, he's just having some dreams, he's nodding off in class, he's got some friends hanging out with, and then he nods off in class and he has a dream where he's an older version of himself, like a, say, 28-year-old, 30-year-old dude, and he's murdering every other character in the cast. And wait, is he the villain? Is he the big bad guy? Is our main character the villain in, like, a different timeline?
And see, at this point, we also know that there is someone who has a similar but different name to him as well. And
yeah, a Juro Izumi instead of a Juro Kurabe? What's going on? So I bring this up because in most games, the spoiler that our hero, a past version of our hero was the villain, that would be like a last fourth of the story big reveal. In 13 Sentinels, that is baby shit because the mind fuckery goes 17 layers
Well, you've
deep.
kind of spoiled something important because for a while, I thought that those were visions of the future as opposed to visions of the past.
Oh, to me it was always clear. I guess I did. To me it was always clear it was from the past because
he's
talk
older.
about like the red herrings and the assumptions we brought into it. Well, yeah, but I always assumed the story was about time loops and that there were like
the time loops that didn't
about, like,
stand out to me for a
alternate
while.
time
So
theories. I want to talk about the combat. No one's going to talk about the combat of this game because this game is about the mindfuck story. But a lot of dev time went into the combat. It's there. It's actually pretty fun. So this game it's kind of a mash between, it's not a real-time strategy game because it's not real-time. If you're familiar with Final Fantasy or turn-based RPGs, think of an active time battle system. You command your little units. These are the Sentinels. These are the robots the kids are getting into. And your mission is to defend a part of the grid that the enemy is converging on and attacking. And you can move, and then each unit, and then attack. And then the enemy will be attacking and moving. And you'll move your unit, you'll do a thing, and then they'll go on cooldown for a little bit until you can use them again. In between missions, you can unlock different weapons and techniques for your soldiers to use. You can give them faster mobility and higher shields depending on who you want to do what. There are 4 broadly different types of robots that they get into. We're going to talk about that because I have... this is very interesting how this was all sort of spread out. Yeah, the vast majority of your missions are to eliminate all of the threats there, and just make sure that 1, none of your characters' HP is depleted, or 2, they don't destroy the base that the enemy is converging on. The exception to this are about a half dozen boss battle segments, which are very, very fun, and are when you have to destroy a single enemy and then or a few enemies, and then the fight is over. One thing I really like about this combat system is that half of the battle is actually who you choose to deploy into a mission. You have 13 characters, and there are 13 Sentinels, and you can only take 6 of them at a time. And so there are certain battles where I remember I said there were 4 types of Sentinels. Certain Sentinels are just going to be borderline worthless, whereas others are exactly what you need. So, the game will give you like, hey, you're gonna fight a bunch of long-ranged flying enemies. Like, okay, so let's take out the melee units. Let's put in some long-range dudes. This is also a game where you're basically playing a super complicated game of chess. If you've played Fire Emblem, you're gonna love it. Positioning is key. Throwing up shields to defend your allies. You lose health super fast in this game. You can also obliterate your foes very, very quickly. And this creates a lot of tension, which I find highly desirable.
One other thing to keep in mind... Well, one other thing to keep in mind about the strategy as well is that while you can change this later, like upgrade it later, at first characters can only compete in 2 missions before they get brain overload and have to sit out a mission.
You can't use them for a round.
Yes.
And if you can't you can so here's actually I think
and if you bench them, the brain overload does not decrease. They have to be sitting out entirely. Like they have to have brain overload before they can refresh.
But if you do that, you lose the bonus point score of consecutive battles that you've built up, which we'll go into because that's actually super unimportant. But, or I actually wouldn't know because I never ever put a guy on rest. But you kind of want to any like general thoughts about the combat before we get into. I kind of want to start with its difficulty and some various strategies we used. We found fun. We felt was frustrating. Maybe some missions we want to highlight. But just general thoughts before we get into that.
I don't know. It's kind of tough because the combat really isn't what you play the game for, in my opinion. I feel like at the beginning it starts out way too easy, and it gets difficult near the end.
I would agree with that. There are some spikes.
Yeah. Like, I put it up, like, I don't normally play on the hardest difficulty, but in this first game, I played on the hardest difficulty to start and S-ranked, like, every mission. Until I reached a certain point, at which point I started losing and it was like, okay, I'm going to scale this back to normal.
So, just for context, if you are a person who doesn't play a lot of video games, if you're coming at this from a visual novel standpoint, because I think a lot of the visual novel crowd is going to get into this game. There's a lot of, debate over whether or not this counts as a visual novel. I think that's kind of pointless.
Oh, it's 100% a visual novel. It just has non-visual novel elements.
It is very much in the same genre as Hades and Persona and Fire Emblem, where it is a game and a visual novel welded together, and with clear delineations of where one ends and where one begins. And I have enjoyed. I played a lot of Fire Emblem. I've played a lot of Hades. It's a good tried and true method. If a little clunky at times. But, so, if you are, like, intimidated by big video game systems, 13 Sentinels is a game where when you play its combat, it throws a lot of numbers and terms at you pretty fast. Probably too many. There can be a little visual clutter. This game has 3 difficulty settings, and, easy and normal will allow basically anyone, no matter how many video games you've played, how much of a hardcore gamer you think you are, you're gonna be fine. Don't be intimidated by that. Get into this. You'll be able to get it through. I promise. I am not, like, I don't consider myself good at video games, so I play a lot of them for fun, and I managed most of this game on the highest difficulty. I played most of this game on Intense, and here's how it basically went. So, the first 3 missions, the first 5 missions, just kind of breezed through on S, using a little bit of my brain. About half, on mission 6, that turned into, okay, well, if you do something stupid and you overextend one of your units behind enemy lines, they're gonna take a lot of damage. So so then it turns into, on the highest difficulty, your actions have consequences. Around Battle 10, it turns into, okay, you need to, like, take a really, really good comp into battle and have a really good strategy. What one criticism I have of this game is, like, obviously the most satisfying thing is to load up your guys, go into a battle, and beat it on your first try. But sometimes when you play through, like, 95% of a fight, and you see, like, which types of enemies are going to be deployed. Again, there are ranged units, there are melee units, there are explosive units, there are sort of boss units that produce a lot of mini enemies. When you see what's coming at you, you can then say, oh, well, if I took this guy, and that girl into battle, this would have been way easier. You can go back to the screen, rearrange your comp, do a different strategy, and it'd be infinitely easier.
Mm-hmm. I would say that at the beginning, it is really just kill the enemies. But once you start getting later into the game, it's a little less kill the enemies and more know which enemies to prioritize and kill. Because if you don't prioritize those, you are going to have a bad time.
So around the 20th battle, when we got into the third wave, I started switching between intense and casual and normal difficulties. I switched back to intense for the final few fights, and I've played. You get when you beat the game, you get 10 more poor battles. I have not played through those. This is not going to be like the most that. This video is not supposed to be like a super in-depth review of 13 Sentinels and breaking down all of it to the nth degree, because frankly I'm not qualified to do that. There's probably some people who can give you a lot more detail on the combat, but it gives you about, I think, 10 or maybe more than that actually. After you beat the game, it's like, hey, you like this? You think it's fun? Here's just a bunch of bonus missions to keep you occupied. One thing I want to, because we're about to get into spoilers. And I want to address the thing, because this is supposed to be kind of a review and recommendation podcast. This game is $60+ new for most people, if you live in the United States. And a lot of people, we're on a budget, and maybe if you're used to playing like more what we call AAA US games, you might look at it and say, is this worth my money? Is this worth bang for the buck? So, Buggy, how long would you say this game takes to beat? Like, roughly how long do you think a playthrough is?
Oh boy, that's a good question. Are we past the combat stuff? Because I had more stuff to say about that.
We'll come back. We'll circle back to that.
I don't know. It took me about a 2 to 3 weeks, I think, playing it most nights. So
I think it's around 25-ish hours to 30 is like my ballpark.
Yeah, I'd say maybe closer to 30 hours.
Yeah, and again, that is just the base game. That is not the in-game content, rewatching all the story and whatnot. Start out on intense, get your butt whooped, and go down to normal. That is the way I recommend. Mm-hmm. And then try and upgrade a lot of your shit and go back to intense. My point is, if you just want to play for this for the story, you totally can. But if you have an analytical brain, if you like a challenge, if you like moving your chess pieces into just the right way, this game can definitely reward that and be very, very fun when you do that. The biggest difference, but from what I haven't played every mission on every difficulty, from what I can roughly see, is the biggest change is just how much health and damage enemies do. They'll come at you in mostly the same amounts and in the same patterns in every battle. It's just how many mistakes are you allowed to make. And intense is not called hard, it's called intense because you take damage fast and people are like, oh, are you okay? Are you okay? We're about to die. Yeah. It gets intense. So I would say it's very much your money and your time. And on time, I personally find most video games be too long, and this one's definitely not that. It wraps up in a pretty good rate. Buggy, is there anywhere else that you said you wanted to take the combat?
Yeah, I was just wondering about like what exactly your strategy was, because I found the strategy to be surprisingly less intense than I thought it was. A little too pragmatic.
There's a few broken strats. So first thing I figured out, holy shit, on a lot of battles, Sentinel gun is busted. Turtling up behind laying down a nest of Sentinel guns, that'll do some damage. Mm-hmm. Your second gen Sentinels for mid-range combat, they do the other strat that you develop very quickly is, okay, throw a shield on a first gen Sentinel, send him deep behind enemy lines, and let him use that big blade attack to cut down the boss monsters while just throwing shields on him. One criticism I have of this is that you get 3-3 and 4. And you get 4 4th gen Sentinels, and I only really ever wanted to bring usually just one of them into combat at a time, because normally you're going to be using the span shields.
You're more incentivized to use the 4th gen Sentinels because there's more of them, but at the same time they're a little more average
deal a ton
than
of
everything
damage.
else. They don't hit as hard as the first gen Sentinels, the melee ones. They aren't as versatile as the second gen Sentinels, which are pretty
And
good.
they don't have the
support
long-range
stuff.
nuke capability of the third generation
Yeah.
Sentinels, which can hit hard and from
They're
range.
very good at getting in and out quickly, just because they're not bound by the ground. But yeah, they're flying. But they also have a lot of support stuff, which is maybe it would be better suited to Sentinels that needed to move a little bit less.
Yeah, they're literally called support units. So you have these like ultimate commands that you can use outside of commanding your unit. These are kind of presented to you as the game as get out of jail free cards. And one thing I figured out very early on is, if I unlock the ability to use 4 of these, and I unlock the one that says give your entire team a shield for 10 seconds. So that's 40 seconds of uninterrupted shields for free.
Yeah, and 40 seconds is like...
that kind of shreds certain encounters.
Yeah, this is kind of D&D time almost. You do a lot of stuff in a short amount of time. So there will be things that are like, okay, beat this mission within 30 seconds. And you have like 2 minutes to beat it. But you're probably not going to need those 30 seconds just because the cooldown, it's almost turn-based in some ways. Like you said, it's the active time battle system. So the time is stopped when you're selecting actions. So
yes, you can essentially pause the game at any time to orient yourself, command your unit, and to see where your enemy is. I will say, when it is moving at its normal pace, when time isn't paused, the enemy is moving very quickly at the highest difficulties and the final battles, and they are really swarming you.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I think this game does very well is just like, you feel like you are fighting a kaiju invasion. They are coming off the streets like a swarm of ants. Missiles are raining from the sky. You spend some turns just shooting missiles out.
When it gets
every time I shot missiles out of the sky,
when it gets
that was
difficult, awesome. I hated Twin Tails. The Twin Tails were just
kill them with fire.
Twin Tails being the ranged enemies,
ranged rocket launchers. Okay, so any like other strategies you use for moving into like the final like sort of combat spoilers?
Honestly, I think that the strategy that worked best for me was keeping most units pretty close to the terminal to defend it, and make sure like you were shooting down enemies as they came in, and then sending out just like the melee units, and then a couple of the flying units. I believe
and trying to keep them grouped together so you can get the whole group with one shield.
Yeah. What's her name? Takamiya. Like she's
powerful melee attack.
She has a powerful melee attack, and once she reaches higher levels, she has something that upgrades that even further. It really incentivizes you sending her in from afar to hit and run.
Yes, and but to be clear, certain battles are going to require certain strategies. There's one really great fight where you essentially fight these like big, heavily armored brawler characters. That's really fun. I found all of the boss okay, so spoilers begin now, because we are going to start talking about some combat spoilers.
I think the combat spoilers we can keep relatively minor.
Yeah, this is only going to be like 2 minutes, but like, holy fuck, the final battle of Wave 2 when Miyuki Inaba is singing that song. So they say like, oh, I'm leaving. I won't be able to talk to you guys. It's like midnight. It's like, I'm not going to be able to talk to you guys for 13 hours.
Because
like,
the satellite she's combating, the satellite that she is communicating from will be out of range.
Yeah, so it's gotten to midnight, and they're starting to get really desperate at this point. You know, we're drowning in kaiju blood. Like, we're all tired. We're all exhausted. All our Sentinels are damaged, and holy fuck, we're gonna have to do this for 13 more hours. And Shu is just like, hey, while you're going out, sing us a song. And so you fight the battle, not with the normal combat music, but with the idol theme, which is pretty good. And it's very weird because it's a very hard boss battle fight, but you've got this really upbeat idol song
I
playing.
believe that's the one where you fight the giant twin tail, right? Yeah.
Yes, it is. And the combat arena is more rectangular.
Yeah. And those are
what's cool is
those are such fun fights. The ones that are different because they are. It's not just defend the terminal. It's more or less, look, you need to gain ground.
Kill them before they kill you. You need to be aggressive. You need to push and move. And like those fights are so great where you're like, you're running out of shields. Your guy right now, and you're just look at the helper. You're like, please die, 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 die. One more dynamic blade,
because
please.
Normally the game really rewards turtling, but in battles like those, it rewards much more aggressive play. The enemy, like, you can keep one or two people back to defend, but they're going to be defending hardcore, and then you need people in the mid-range to offer support, and then people in going out just racing to the boss as well as they could. And that one of the every mission has like a special S rank or a special condition that you use to unlock something within the wiki, within the analysis. And I was so furious. That mission, it is lose without any pilots being ejected from their Sentinels. And, like, the guy who delivered the final blow, one of the missiles that it had launched, like, in close range, took him out of the Sentinel, like, after he had delivered the final blow. So it didn't count. It didn't fucking count.
Scrub! Yeah, so one great thing about that mission is she's singing, and then there's a point where the song just cuts. It just ends. Out of no warning, like, in the middle of a note, just ends. And you're like, holy fuck, we're alone. Fight to survive. Like, you get the desperation. It is a gut punch. The other what I want to highlight is the final battle, where where you have no goal, it is there's no boss to fight, there's no destroy X amount of enemies. It is the ultimate turtle up mission. Defend this point for 5 minutes. They're coming, and they will not stop coming. And you are missile rain after missile rain, just firing endlessly into this crowd, shooting their attacks out of the sky. I end up sitting, you set up a defensive shield, and you just get everybody behind the fortress as the walls feel like they're closing in at you, and death is so close. And it was a great final mission. I think parts of this combat system are janky as fuck. I think there's overpowered things, though it's fun to let the player discover overpowered things. But for a game that people are going to say all about the story, the combat's got some good shit going for it. Agreed?
Yeah, it's better combat than you would expect from something that was entirely a story, especially like near the end. At the beginning, it's very combat light. But once you get near the end, it gets more intense. It gets more fun. And by the end, I was doing as much of the story as I could, and then just as much as the battles that I needed to.
I think that's going to be most people. Okay, so I want to talk just very briefly about the sort of presentation aspects of the game. Buggy, how would you describe the art style?
Almost kind of watercolor in some ways.
Watercolor is definitely the name. Okay, how much of this game do you think is set at sunset? I know it's after school, but a lot of the time, but I feel like 70% of this game is set at sunset, and these warm tones washing across the screen. I think to some people this game is going to look a little cheap. The way you move your character around the screen, around the environments, but ultimately, it's a smaller team. The environments themselves are beautiful with these color palettes of, there's one that's like the city at night where it's like the deep cyan and blue. Sumeri Bridge at sunset is always a treat.
That's the one that's always at the start of Miura's story, right?
No, that. Yeah, actually, yeah, sure. I'm thinking of a different bridge, but yeah. That is also always at sunset.
Mm-hmm.
Characters models react to the wind and the lighting very well, and while it takes a little bit to get used to, and I think sometimes it's a little janky as far as like, oh, I can't move my character there, but I can't move my character there. It works really well. Soundtrack, I mostly actually enjoyed the combat tracks. I've been listening to some of them while I write, and I had some of them stuck in my head. Anything you want to talk about the music?
Not really. I guess the music isn't what particularly stood out to me.
That's fair.
It's very.
Did you experience any glitch?
It's very visual novel music, and a lot of that stuff is not. Like,
I would say it's high quality visual novel music.
Yeah, sure, but even
I was very pleased.
Even a lot of like high quality visual novel music has a very sort of
a lot of looping
like
tracks.
Okay, you know that song or that track that plays in Evangelion when they're like in the apartment, the one that's like dun, 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 dun,
yes,
dun,
yes.
Dun, dun. Like it's a lot of music like that, just very light, easy. It's almost a sort of Muzak thing, like Muzak type thing.
There is also the whoa, something suspicious is happening song, and the oh, we're being chased by the enemy song. And oh, something tragic has happened song. But it's all pretty good. Did you experience any glitches?
I did not experience any sort of glitch.
I would say just like points. Sometimes when you get a bunch of stuff on the screen in the combat sections, the game can chug a little bit. On the PS4 base PS4 I played this on. And sometimes there's like. Every once in a while, I encountered like the game would like mute itself for like half a second, just be like a weird audio hitch. Don't know what's going on. Not a concern. Barely happened.
Right, yeah. I think I did have sometimes when the just the audio for the voices was not coming through.
Okay, this is me being like super paranoid because I just like pay for a bunch of it. I could be imagining this. I feel like there's this weird bug where your controller has like snapback. Like when you're moving your character around, sometimes like they'll just turn and face the opposite way when like you didn't intend them to. Did that ever happen to you? Am I crazy?
I think you're crazy.
Okay, yeah, moving on. So you played this game in sub, and I played this game in dub. How'd you, anything commentary would you recommend the Japanese?
I mean, yeah, it's very solid voice acting. Japan has a lot of really solid voice acting, and like America is getting there in at least in the video game sphere. Like voice acting for American video games is pretty solid. So it really depends. For me, it's just I like playing things in the original language a lot of the time. I really like the sound of Japanese voice acting. And also, for something like this, where I am reading faster than the characters speak, I find it more tolerable to cut off the Japanese sentences partway through by going through. It would just sound weird to me to hear people speaking English and then suddenly be cut off in the middle of a sentence.
That's definitely a consideration. If you watch a lot of anime, sometimes you're like, ooh, dubs. Do I take the risk? This is one definitely worth taking the risk on. I saw the thing that gave me like confidence is that Kyle McCarley is in this game as a Sekigahara, and I knew him from 9S of Nier Automata fame, where his performance is utterly immaculate. Sometimes you'll get like the anime voice thing, but you've got some heavy hitters on this one that I'll mention in just a bit when we get to more of our spoiler section. If you want to hear this in English, just know that the English comes pumping pumping like screwdrivers, pumping like sledgehammers. And I think this is our time where we are going to move in. I think we're on a good pace. We're a little over an hour.
Yeah.
It's time to move into big plot story discussion. All right, little duckies, little strangers, little people. I am going to now attempt to do a plot synopsis of 13 Sentinels. We are in the spoiler, all the warnings, get out,
It's impossible to synopsis the plot without major spoilers.
Alright, buckle your fuckle. Our story begins in Japan in 1985. Several teenagers are beamed into 30-meter tall robots called Sentinels. The missions of defeating an invading army of kaiju. They meet a force of eventually 13 of them and realize they can defend a UFO hidden under the city from an endless swarm of mechanical monsters. They might just survive the night. We go back in time to see our characters wound up in this situation. Most of them live in 1985 and go to Sakura High School. 3 of them having strange dreams about their past selves that were defeated trying to fight the kaiju in 2100. They eventually realize these are not dreams but memories. Whose memories? 2 more characters are from 1945 where they see Japan invaded, not by Americans, but by kaiju. Both fall in with time travelers from the future on a secret mission, and they wind up in 1985, where they find that Japan lost the war and wasn't invaded by kaiju in 1945. This is a direct refutation of what they witnessed. 2 more high schoolers are refugees from the future. You see, the kaiju have already invaded in 2065 and 2025, and in both cases, several kids in Sentinels, being commanded by a shadowy organization, rose up to fight them and lost, and they had to fall back 2 times. These refugees from the past are being groomed, from the future, are being groomed to fight the kaiju again, but don't really know what's going on. A secret organization, it's got a lot of kids, some of them are working against each other, some are not, it's not clear. There are nefarious plots at work. And some other kids from 1985 get wound up in schemes. One time travels around with a robot, seeing 1945, 2025, and 2064 all destroyed by kaiju. These kids eventually find out that the people behind these organizations are actually older versions of themselves from time loops where the kaiju won the day, and that these past selves went back in time somehow to try and beat the kaiju another go around. They also find logs and records from 2188, where humanity has been sent into space on a massive vessel called the Ark, with a new job of finding a new inhabitable planet and terraforming them for colonization. Everyone in 2088 bears the semblance and name of one of our 13 protagonists. The older versions of characters who have been implanting memories into their younger versions are hoping to one day take them over. Those kids who are having dreams, they're having memories of their past selves implanted in them. This is foiled by other kids turning against their handlers and finding out the truth. And here's the crazy part. The older characters that are implanting the memories, they did not jump back in time, but instead survived a loop. You see, once every 16 years, the kaiju come. 1945, 1985, 2025, 2064, and 2100 to destroy the human race. Each time, a group of teenagers rose to fight them in Sentinels and was defeated, and every time, things were reset. Because you see, our story actually takes place millions of years after humanity was wiped out in the year 2188. Each character lives not in the real world, but one of 5 simulated enclosures, each 30 kilometers across. When characters time travel, they are actually teleporting between these enclosures. You can teleport from 1945 to 2064, modeled after different time periods. Each protagonist is a clone of one of the original 15 passengers of the Ark. Everyone else in the closures is an AI, a fake artificial person maintained by a computer called Universal Control. And all of the clones, that's not even real, are actually living inside gestation pods, which they have never left. and said pods are in the Sentinels, which were built to house them. They have been in virtual reality their entire lives, and the older versions of themselves were once clones, but then became AI after the loop. Their bodies were killed and new bodies were grown. So they are now just existing as AI. This is revealed by another AI who is actually one of the original ARC members from 2188. She helps our heroes. The program running Universal Control, who was supposed to help groom the clones to leave and survive on a brave new world, but is going haywire. The terraforming robots that were going to prepare that new world for humanity, they are attacking the sectors. These are the kaiju, and our heroes discover what's going on, foil those manipulating them, go for the arcs, fall in love, get in the robots, fight the kaiju, escape the computer simulation. They leave their pods to colonize a brave new world with the help of a shit ton of glowing tech, and I don't even know. I did it! I did the plot! That's the whole plot of 13 Sentinels, and I summarized it in 700 words!
That is...
Okay.
A very impressive plot synopsis.
Okay.
That does not come close to covering everything, but comes very close.
There's so much more,
It comes very close.
There's so much more.
To coming close to summarizing everything.
Is this story? All right, Buggy, take control. What? I want to talk about fake outs and red herrings.
Yes.
Where's your brain open up? Lead me somewhere. I'm dead.
Well, I think the first thing is that because of the way things are structured, nothing is quite as it seemed. As we brought up earlier, and that which may or may not have been edited out of the podcast, I'm not sure. You caught on to the time loop thing pretty early, but for me, that was a big twist.
No, I actually had a misconception. I thought from the beginning that, okay, so our characters fight the kaiju and then they lost and they went back in time. And I also thought that that they were basically that time had splintered into multiple versions of the same timeline where things played out differently. I thought that could have been going
alternate
on.
Timelines?
Alternate timelines. The biggest, the biggest spoiler of this story is there is no time travel.
Yeah.
Everything happens in chronological order, it tells you it does, which is it's so weird that the big timeline is there from the beginning, and it's just, that's it, and it's in order. And I just watched through the entire game in sequence, and you know what? It fucking made sense, kind of.
Yeah, I think that is the big thing. There are, a lot of things that don't make sense with the timeline. If the kaiju attacked in 1945, then why is the future still destroyed? Why does it seem like the kaiju have been going back in time to attack instead of starting?
For me, a big thing is getting to Natsuno Minami's story and saying, oh, they're called sectors? They're not called years or time things? Sectors. That's a very physical space kind of thing. So there's a big fake out, which is, so you figure out pretty quick, 40 years. And they say we can only time travel 40 years in time. This comes into 2188, which is 80 years away from 22, which falls in that 40-year rough zone, which fakes you out to think that 2188 is just another one of the sectors, which it isn't.
Yeah. I also noticed that in here you wrote 1945, 1985, 2025, and 2064, which...
I think it's 2065 or 2064. I forget.
I think the reasoning is that, 2064, the stuff that happens in there happens before anything else.
Before... But you remember, time is moving at the same pace in all... So, first, I believe, first 2100 gets fucked up. We don't even see that on screen. Then 2164, then 2120, then 2064, then 2025, then 1945, and then it all ends in 1985.
Yeah, and I believe that the beginning of the story, the way beginning, actually starts in 1984. I thought.
I think it starts at the beginning of the school year.
Yeah.
No, it starts in 1985 at the beginning of the school year, and Japanese school year begins in April. Because we see them in the a big clue is that we see them
does it?
Iori Fuyusaka's story. Iori Fuyusaka is like one of the first protagonists in the story timeline wise. And her first few scenes are when they were in the old classroom. And they then move into the new school building, which is kind of supposed to give you an early clue on when things happened. And like, yeah, I think the story takes place over the course of between 1 to 3 months.
Okay, I might have been wrong. It could have just been that like my mind translated 1985 into 1984, just because it's
the stuff that happened.
It seems like such a specific date. But anyway, like that really helps anchor you. Stuff that happens anchor you in terms of like, oh, this is like 40 years in the past. This is 40 years in the future to this date.
Yeah. So there's also the fact that like this story has infinite red herrings, right? There's time travel.
No, there's not. Except kind of there
what
is.
We initially think multiple kinds of time travel. There are androids that look like people. There are fake people. There are people pretending to be other people. There are people from different timelines that is actually the past that are not our real people. People have different names. It's a mess. And I honestly think, I think the story of 13 Sentinels is like pretty good, like a 6 to a 7. I think the main enjoyment comes from the fuckery. Like, this story is good, but like, it actually has kind of a lot of problems of stuff that like is still hard to follow, but like, just the ride. Like, this is very much like Madoka Magica or Chainsaw Man. This is a thing that you experience to get on the ride. And when you're on the ride, you're doing loop-de-loops.
Like I said, this is a trust no one, not even yourself series. Because everyone in this series is at least 2 people. Most of them are at least 3.
So, what's one big thing you got wrong?
Let's see here. I think the thing that I was surest on that I got most wrong was the identity of, is it Inaba? Her name? The idol.
Me figuring out that Miyuki Inaba was the past version of Tomi Kisiragi was like, I'm a genius.
Yeah.
Yes. I didn't do it very far before that was revealed.
Shinonome.
But that's a great
That was my
reveal.
guess at who it was. Once I started realizing, oh, this is this person.
They have some a resemblance. But then once you figure it out, then you can hear their voice. So the clue is in Tomi Kisaragi's storyline, she encounters another version of herself, right, over the radio, essentially. Do you remember that?
I don't.
So remember, they're in the UFO with A and Ryoko. They've gone through all the shenanigans in 2025, and they come to the UFO, and like, and Tomi touches something, and then like a screen pops. It's like, oh, your DNA, and it's like, oh, it's another version of you, another Tomi Kisaragi. So if you look at like the full timeline, because this now makes way more sense to me because I have watched it all in order. That happens before Miyuki Inaba gets in contact with Shu Amiguchi. That is like Miyuki Inaba like waking up and figuring out what's going on, and then she goes and it is frankly wild how far apart some of these events happen. Like Nenji and Tomi crawling around in 2025 and scraping through ruins, like, happens in the first third of the story.
Yeah, and you're tricked into thinking that it happens later just because it happens in 2025, even though you know that they've been transported there. And also, well, you don't know at this point, but it's not even in the future that this is happening. It's in a different location.
So my big thing I got wrong was about the arc. I thought they were in space. I thought that they were traveling on the spaceship. I didn't think that they were, like, grounded on a planet. One trick this story does to ground you is you said early on in the podcast that every character has, like, a reveal they're responsible for. And I think that there's partially truth to that. But I think that, most of the big mindfuck big elements, like the nature of loops and the fact that they're actually on an arc, are stated in at least 2, usually even 3 separate times, which reinforces it for you or allows you to encounter it in multiple ways. The 2 like big mindfuck ones for me is when BJ goes to Natsuno Minami, this isn't Earth, you're the alien. And when Shu Amiguchi finds out that they're in a cage.
Yeah.
And that's just the like, oh, the game has changed. Yeah. I need to totally expand my scale. When I said that this is like an story, when this is an epic fantasy, that's what I mean. Is that this is a story about the fate of humanity and like just going as biggest and as hardest as it possibly can. Let's talk about Exterminator. The robot fight. Natsuno Minami in the bathroom.
Yes, that one.
With the androids. That is the story's you don't know what you're fucking looking at scene. Like that is this is way crazier than you think it is.
Well, at that point, I was already aware that like androids were a thing. I had not gotten to the...
I was not.
Yeah, I think I must have gotten to that later than you did, because like the fact that it's like, oh, well, this is an android.
I got to that pretty early because I went hard on Natsuno Minami.
On Minami, yeah. I think that is Exterminator one of the big choke points, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is actually probably it is one of the biggest choke points.
I think that I played through
half the cast
everything that I could before I got to that choke point. So I was very willing to accept the idea of androids, and it did not even fuck me up that much. I wasn't like, oh wait, is this the same Tomi that we've been seeing the entire game? Like that, I was not surprised by. But
yeah, I was totally unbound. I was like, I don't know who Tamao is. I didn't know androids were a thing. Like, I think one restriction of this game is that it's all in-engine, and I do think this game could have used some 2D cutscenes in it, especially towards the end. Just to, like, really fast before backing down, jump to the end. You know how, like, the end of Gurren Lagann or Darling in the Franxx, we get, like, this big group shot of everybody together, but they're adults and, like, they're looking out into the sky, and it's like, look at our boys and girls all grown up and forging a future. I wanted one of those. We get the stinger scene of, like, everybody as adults, but gone back into the simulation, and I kind of would have just liked just a little glimpse of the outside world and everybody, like, you know, 5 or 10 years later. Maybe that's asking for too much, but like the big robot fight, we don't actually get to see it. Though it is, I think, a very effective and cool as fuck scene.
Yeah. I think that for me, I don't think anything... There wasn't a whole lot that I really got wrong. Just because by the point that I could start getting things wrong, it was just like the game does such a good job of challenging your assumptions. And like it sets up so many red herrings that once like one or two of them, break you, oh well, this isn't actually time travel, or oh, we're not actually on Earth, stuff like that.
Are you mad the game lies to you with the time travel graphic? I know some people who are really pissed about that.
I am okay with things lying to me. I have had games lie to me before. There is what was it? There, like Perfect Blue. Perfect Blue is one of my favorite films, and Perfect Blue lies to you constantly.
Is lies.
There are like
lies.
The scene in particular is like the pizza delivery scene. That scene is a straight up lie. Like the way it's framed, that is the camera lying to you, and
for me, it will always be two characters giving relevant exposition about the stalker in the movie, and then the director yelling cut.
Yeah,
that freaks me out every time.
It gives you like it gives you an explanation of what's going on in the movie, and then you get the cut, and then it shows, oh, well, this was misinterpreted. This was like what she heard or what she's thinking. No, the actual scene went completely differently. It was about what was going on in the movie.
Okay. Perfect Blue is a 10 out of 10 film. Everyone should watch it. We're talking about 13 Sentinels. So, like, for me, the thing that was confusing me for a long time is, like, tracking 426 and how, like, he jumped from one place to another. That was very unclear to me. It's like, when does he get to... Because what you don't understand at first is that, figuring out that Fluffy is I think it's very well paced, like, figuring... Because you can figure out before the reveal that Fluffy is a fake... is that only Megumi can see Fluffy. That there's multiple cats.
Yeah, that one was another one that seemed a lot like a lie, just because you do have other characters interacting with a cat that looks identical, but is not the same one.
Yeah, and there's several, like Megumi comments on that, like, building up to that.
I think Shuta is his name?
Right.
What's his name?
Shutaki,
yeah,
Kiba.
He's
Shutakiba.
A better example because, like, you may not notice that he's not showing up in anyone else's story, despite the fact that he is, but that, like...
I remember when I figured that. I remember when I noticed. I'm like, oh wait, and that was
it's a moment of like when you hit that reveal, even if you didn't notice it, your brain did. To quote Red Letter Media,
because I kind of saved Juro Kurabe for towards the end, because I felt like I was supposed to do him first. So I was like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Also, like, one thing I'm still confused at, having just seen, like, tracking... Alright, so Sekigahara is the character that moves the most in this story. He's everywhere. He's talking to everybody. He doesn't know where... He forgets where he's going, and even before his big amnesia, he's like, scattershot. He's fighting everybody. He's helping everybody else. It's a fucking mess. There's still some points where I, like, really don't know how he got from point A to point B. There are things that happen off screen. There are big things that happen on screen. Tomi and Tsukasa spend weeks like digging around and time traveling, and, like, that's all off screen. Like, it is. But so for me, the big on the rewatch, the big thing of it clicking is understanding the decode, understanding that, oh, this all started when Tetsuya Ida and Chihiro Morimura had an argument about whether or not to do Operation Aegis or to do another loop. Morimura was going to do Operation Aegis, so Tetsuya Ida wanted to install the decode and fuck with everybody. So he. Which he had gotten from 426. So he tricked Ryoko into doing it, who tricked A into who put it in A's Sentinel, and that spread to everybody else.
Ida is the scientist guy, right? Yeah.
The villain. Yeah. Glasses.
Well, except for the version of him that doesn't have glasses.
For some reason. He got glasses in his old age.
He also, it's also weird because he
30s,
looks so much more like Gota in his old age than he did.
That was also a thing. I thought that was the future version of Goto.
And it's, their appearances can change pretty drastically because, like, you look at the younger version of Ida and you're like, oh yeah, I can see that that's who that is. And, like, It's Amaguchi.
Yeah, that one's
and
obvious.
that spells that out. But when you don't know that,
but the fact that But like the fact that the shady guy in the glasses is Tetsuya Ida is a plot detail that is kept from you for a long time, depending on how you play. It was kept from me for a long time because I didn't do Ryoko for a while. And like when Yuki was being manipulated by that dude, I didn't know who he was. And also figuring out that he's not working with Chihiro and with Morimura and Gouto, but he's like kind of him and the Men in Black are like a separate faction, but Ryoko is working for both. Kinda is that's a thing that takes a while to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I still don't get, because I think that this story does have Tamao. Okay, I understand that just like Keitaro Miura, Tamao was Tamao from a loop ago, but instead of getting reborn as a body, her and Miura, they're AI now. They're AI for the Sentinels now. But then there's like another Tamao who gets taken by Universal Control and is in 1945, but there's a Tamao who's in 1985. And she was actually an android, and then 426 jumps from Tomi's android into Tamao's android, which then goes as Erika Iba. But then it's revealed at the end that Tamao is one of the 15. Can we talk about the 13 versus the 15?
Yeah,
because like that's fucked. Can we agree that's
kind
fucked?
of is? And the weird thing, like Tamao is the one who seems to fit into it least.
Yeah, if you could write a character out of the story, it would be her.
Like she seems like she is a side character, a supporting character who takes on several different roles, and I still don't know who exactly she is in the end. Okabe, on the other hand, that's his name, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I've got the I've got So
Okino.
Wait, you mean
yeah, that's who I meant.
Yeah, I've got the mystery files open in front of me. Just to clarify, so Tamao Kurabe is one of the 15. She is in the pod. I think she is in the pods, and when they all wake up, she just like kind of didn't know what was going on, and they're just like, "Hey, this is the thing that's happening." That is my understanding.
She must have been piloting a Sentinel as well.
Well, I guess she was in a Sentinel, but it wasn't in combat. Okay,
yeah, she and Okino are not in,
because her and Okino get like kicked out. They both like die, and then they just go to live in their pods. Right, like they're removed from Universal Control. But her and Okino are both. So like, how many times did you wish that you had an Okino story? Because I wanted to drive Tsukasa. I love Tsukasa. We'll get into him later, but like, also, I this might be annoying, but I refer to everybody by their first names.
Yeah.
It might be best for you to have like a. I've got all the characters' names right there, and I'm also looking at the game right now.
I do. I have the like the art book that came with it that I can quickly consult the names with if I don't remember them. It's.
Did my version come with
I don't know.
Did not.
Interesting.
You lucky dog.
Yeah, it gets really difficult because they have two names that we sometimes will alternate between, but on top of that, because there are multiple different versions of them, they technically have other names. You've got Juro, who is both Juro Kurabe and Juro Izumi. You have and then you have Tomi
Shu Amiguchi was Tetsuya Ida.
Tomi
Kisiragi is also Miyuki Inaba.
Tomi Kisiragi is almost as frequently referred to as Usami by her friends, because the toe character in her name can be read as like Usa for rabbit.
So I'm pretty sure Inaba also means rabbit. And I think that's supposed to be like a pun
yes.
clue.
Yes.
to the link that Japanese speakers probably are supposed to pick up on.
And I didn't pick up on that just because, like, I maybe wouldn't have embarrassingly gotten that wrong if it wasn't for that.
How did you feel at the end? Like, when credits rolled, how did you feel? Or, corollary to that question, what was your peak of enjoyment in the story?
I think my peak of enjoyment... I think the peak of my enjoyment was in the middle, when I was just getting hit with what the fuck, I don't everything I know is wrong, just over and over again.
I am unmoored from reality! Schrodinger's cat is sitting on my head. There are multiple realities. What is true? What is down? And I inside my own brain. What was I dosed with?
Yeah, it's just an avalanche of stuff all at once before stuff starts to make sense. And it felt, in my case, like it was just a particularly long denouement. Is that how it's pronounced?
I don't
it's
know.
kind of like
smart.
Lord of the Rings.
I ain't got no education.
Where, like, they get to the Shire and they destroy the ring, and then you have, like, them going back and all of that.
Yeah,
like,
that's
it felt a little drawn out once everything clicked.
Yeah, so I want to comment on that because in many ways, part of this being an epic fantasy is that it has to wrap everything up in the end. And also, like, so I'm not a huge fan of stories that are like, for the fate of the human race. I kind of find them a little exhausting normally. That's not a criticism. But definitely my peak of enjoyment was around the 70 to 90% mark. Like when I was in the thick of figuring out the spoilers and putting it all together. And also that's when a lot of the character arcs were ending. I felt that the ending was a little, like, it worked. No, it's fine. It's good. But I feel like it didn't, there were parts of it that, like, maybe could have been gone harder from, like, a character standpoint. Who they choose to focus on in the end, the first Chihiro Morimura, like, the fact that we're gonna talk about Juro and Megumi's romance in a bit, but, like, and the fact that, like, that's, like, our final, that's, like, our big stinger before the credits, but just, like, I don't think that the story, like, framed it, oh, Juro and Megumi, their romance, this is the thing.
And I think that the story suffers from some major pacing issues, especially near the end, just because it's, like, because it can be played in any order.
Part of that is that they trust the player.
It can't be paced properly.
They trust the player to find their own pacing.
And they do, but sometimes...
It's they brought it on themselves. Yeah. And part of that is genius.
I think that I would describe it pretty similarly to another game that I played and loved, which is called The Return of the Obra Dinn. This is a game where essentially the premise of the game is you are an insurance collector or an insurance investigator who investigates this ship that rolls up into port empty. And you have a pocket watch that can show you, like, the last moments of someone's life, and you have to figure out what happened to everyone on the ship that way. And, like, by going back through, like, previous people's memories, you're able to unlock new dead bodies, able to, like, go further back in time. Like you find different, parts of the bodies on the ship. It's basically very similar in that you can pursue the story in several different orders. And a lot of it is told backwards, but there are, like, different chapters that you bounce back and forth between. And what that means is it is very hard to deliver, like, a good climax. The climax is difficult because you can't build to the climax properly. It has to be a reveal that you maybe already figured out.
So there's 13 climaxes, and climaxes, who cares?
Climax?
And like, okay, so when you get to the end of certain characters' arcs, there's, like, a big, like, when you get to the end of Natsuno Minami and Megumi Yakushigi's arcs, like, you get the heavy piano music, you get a speech, you're crying, I'm crying, we're all crying, we're like, and then sometimes when you get to the end of Yuki Nakato's arc, did I just say Yuki Nagato? I have the queen forever. We salute our android dead kawaii princess. When Yuki Takamiya's
very
art,
different type of character.
In polar opposites, one might say. Yuki Takamiya, of course, being the far less deadly and far less terrifying character. Her arc is just kind of like, and then they fought some shit. I actually think that her character arc is kind of bungled. But we'll get to that in a bit.
The big problem with the way the story ends up being told is that you get to like 80% and you have like one story left for one story bit left for everyone. So basically you end up getting like through the bulk of the story, and then the end of the story is just everybody gets in the robot, and that happens 13 times, and that gets a little bit tedious.
Yeah, and then you see the actual ending when you defeat when you go to the end battles. And like also like Iori is like framed as the secondary protagonist behind Juro. She's literally like the second one like on the cover from the middle. Mm-hmm. And like she's the second person you get control of. It is her mouth the toast is in. She is
technically
the
she's the first one you see getting in the robot as well.
Yeah, and she does not have like a big pop off in the end, which I thought was kind of disappointing. Honestly.
Iori is kind of an interesting.
Partially because I really love her and A's romance.
Iori is kind of an interesting character just because she is the most different character. Like there are characters who are basically her in essence are the ones largely driving the plot, but those characters also are not actually her.
Yeah, and her arc is a lot of like the mindfuck stuff, and also explain the basics of like the time travel, not time travel, and that memories are being implanted in people's brains, and kind of giving the basics. Okay, so like, do we want to talk about I think I already talked about the post game. Any thoughts on the story in general before we're going to talk a lot bit more of the story. We're going to go into doing it character by character. And also this is going to divide into a lot of opinion, and I want to maybe I won't get as much as I want, but I want me and Buggy squabbling. You came here for blood. This is YouTube. This ain't no podcast in your iTunes feed. This is a place of scum and villainy.
Yeah, I think now is a good time to jump into the characters, and if we come up with anything plot based.
So do you have the list?
Yeah, I have the list that you've sent me.
So I want to begin. So I'm gonna do. I tried to create a list
before we get into characters. I just want all the listeners to know Wyatt put a ton of effort into this. This is like the first podcast you've done, right? Technically. But to be fair, I spend an inordinate amount of my life talking to people who are doing less talking for hours. He has made a very nice outline of everything we're talking about,
in the podcast.
Including like the order to talk about all. He came to this one prepared, so big props to Wyatt for that. Okay, anyway, let's go.
When I was 13 years old, I was in a long car ride, I believe, to Texas. And I was talking to my parents, 15 years old, about some Star Wars expanded universe novels I was reading. And my mother said to me, "Wyatt, you don't want to talk, you want to lecture." And no one has ever put it better, and no one ever will put it better. I want everyone to be my captive little audience, and then I want to rant at them incoherently. That is my ideal world. You think I interrupt now? Whoo! Okay, so yes, I did make an 8-page outline of how we're gonna go through this podcast, and part of that is mostly just talking points and things to jump off on. And the first one of that is thank you, Bug. I appreciate. I see, in my head I should have done way more work for this podcast. I should have played through all of the battles again and cleared all the battles and like watched the story from every perspective again.
Oh, too much
Whatever.
research and podcasts get too long.
This is supposed to be... To be clear, this was supposed to be low-effort content.
I don't think there's a good way to do low-effort content about 13 Sentinels.
Okay, we're gonna bounce between what I think are more important and less important characters and attempt to. But I've also paired people up who I think fly. All right, we're gonna start for big boy, Juro Kurabe. Question for you, Bug. Is Juro Kurabe the main character?
I think that I am going to say no. I don't think he ends up being the main character.
I will agree with you. I'm gonna get to who I think the main character is.
I think that Juro Kurabe. Well, okay, I don't think that Juro Kurabe is the main character. I don't think he's even the instigating character.
He's framed as it.
But I think that Juro Izumi is the instigating character.
Bug, read the. Do you see this autistic ass outline that I've made? You didn't read to the end.
I read through.
Prepared.
I just forgot.
Back it up.
Okay, we'll circle back around then. We'll just.
This is all in. Well, I'm leaving all of this in. Okay.
Look, you put him at the beginning and then also at the end. How was I supposed? Okay, whatever.
All right. I'm giving him shit for no reason, audience. So, as I do all of my friends, because I am a fundamentally broken and abusive person. All right. So, Juro is a character that I think is so almost every character is a trope in this. We probably haven't talked enough about how tropey this series is, but you know we might do it at some point. Whatever. Juro is the technical term I believe is the MC-kun. He is the Shiro Emiya. He is the Kyon. He's our boy. He is the Naruto Uzumaki. He is the bland teenage boy protagonist, or no, to be clear, he is presented as this. He is framed as a story that we are supposed to project ourselves onto. At the beginning of the story, it's like, oh, he's very bland, he's very boring, he's just a guy who has some friends and he likes to watch old kaiju flicks and he has weird dreams. This like not a super strong personality, not a super weak personality. The story goes and does things from there.
And
but that's how he's presented.
The first character whose story you play, correct? Yes.
Yeah,
yep.
and he's on the front of the
prologue,
box. This is why I bring him up
prologue,
first.
You see Iori getting into robot, but it is
Iori.
It's presented through his viewpoint. He is watching her.
Yeah, he saw her do it.
So it's framed as, oh, he's going to be entering into this world. That's the.
So here's my question that I want to ask you about all of these characters. Do you like this guy?
Frankly, by the end, I think he was one of my least favorite characters.
Fuck this dude. Fuck this. Alright, I actually, having rewatched it, I like him a little more, because he does have, like, okay, Juro's thing is that he's a badass. Like, in 2064 and 2025, he fought to the end. Like the clear thing made about him, the guy's a tank. He will go ham in the BAM and kill all the bills.
Well, I think it's important to establish...
He loves getting in the robot and fucking shit up.
I think it's important to establish who Juro is as we meet him and as we experience his story versus who Juro was prior to the story. Because
we meet him as a hapless teenager.
Yeah, we find him as like this, generic teenager, but he finds this these documents that basically are, there's this stuff being issued to Juro Izumi. That's weird. Well, this is a picture that looks like me, but that's not my name. That's weird.
I'm
and you
Juro
hear
Kurabe,
these, yeah, and you're hearing all these characters referring to Juro Izumi. Basically, Juro Kurabe had been this badass mecha pilot who. I forget what exactly happened to him. So
he got infected with DD426. He got infected with, we'll just call it the virus. He got infected with the virus. Yes, I have seen that internet historian video. he got hit with a virus and his brain got beat up, and now he has amnesia and he's got a new, more, we're told, more docile personality.
He has essentially been given amnesia to keep the virus at bay. If he becomes Juro Izumi, he will...
I think it's also kind of implied that the Tamao android and Morimura and Gouto, like, kind of encouraged him to be more docile because, like, they wanted it to be easier to keep him under control. He's like... There's some lines where, like... there's a line where it's like, oh, if you're gonna fight, well... Juro Kurabe will be with you. That guy will fucking jump in the robot at the drop of a hat if you ask him to. Like he's kind of viewed by other characters as like like the trump card weapon.
He used to be Simone the Digger. Now he's Shinji Ikari.
Yes. Sure. Okay, so, one thing, alright, I am going to claim that some of these characters are far better written than others. And when I do, I'm saying that I'm basically grading on how emotionally complex and complicated these characters are. How much texture is there? How much do we see them in different scenarios? How much of a fully fleshed out real person they feel like in my brain? That's what I mean when I say emotional complexity. And just how exciting and how much do I care about them? And one of the things I think weakens Juro Kurabe till the end, in the end this gets better. He is a character that gets better in the end. I think he spends the vast majority of the story being pretty bad. He does not show up in a lot of other character stories. He is kind of like cloistered. While there are certain characters like Sekigahara and Yuki who show up in tons of different stories, Nenji is a very supporting character for most of the plot. Juro is kind of squirreled away, right? Like he's just kind of doing his own thing over there. Like Tomi will see him muttering to himself. By the way, this story is at its best when this is the only story where it's good when you repeat stuff. Like when you see towards the end, they start showing you the same scene from a different point of view, and that's always, I loved all of that. Like once you know that that the videotapes are mind controlling Juro and implanting memories, and he's like, hey Shu, you want to watch a movie? And Shu's like, boy would I, buddy. That takes on a far more sinister connotation.
Yeah.
The other thing is that, like, we're gonna get... I want to talk about his romance with Megumi when we get to Megumi. This guy's a fucking asshole.
Yeah, a little bit.
And then, so he's got this... Okay, again, we'll get to Megumi when we get to Megumi, but... Alright, so how much do you get the frustrations when you're watching a show or consuming a work and, like, a character is doing a thing that you think is the non-obvious thing to do, and you, like, there's an obvious, like... How much are you angry that he's not just fucking this chick who is living at his house and is trying to be his functional wife and just desperately wants the dick? Like, desperately.
Honestly, I could see how that would be a major turnoff, because she is very aggressive in trying to get with him, and he does not know why. He does not understand why, because he has forgotten about their prior relationship.
I actually had a girl who was more into me and more into physical contact than me when I was 16, and it actually gave me a shit ton of anxiety. So I should be having empathy, but I tried to be nice and let her off easy, and this guy's just he's like just mistreating her, and is like blaming her for shit. And that, for a long time, like, we only really see him in the story when he's either A, being a dick to Megumi, or having his own story, which is very repetitive at the beginning and very boring compared to the others. And I just think he gets off to a bad foot. And though, like, I think he's, like, kind of dragged up at the end when we see him doing a lot of heroic shit, like, yeah. Like, and maybe it's kind of good that like it's sort of a bait and switch of, oh, this is our main guy, but then he's like kind of not important. You kind of don't like him, but like.
Mm-hmm. I think the big issue is that he has very little agency in the story. Like
agency is a thing we're gonna talk about a lot.
Yeah, we see some clips of Juro Izumi being like this great guy. We hear tell of like how Juro Izumi was this great leader, but we don't get much of Juro Izumi at all during the story. And he is a character that a lot of things happen to, but he is not a character who does a lot of things. He's in a lot of ways almost a bomb that the other characters are trying to figure out how to defuse.
And when the bomb's gone off at the end of the story, like the story segments that happen, like just the dialogue while they're doing the like in the destruction sequences in the combat, I think he's actually pretty good. Because he's like kind of taking a sort of quasi leadership role, and he's talking a lot, and he's like, go and fight Kaiju. Him and I love when a character gets to low health and we get a little quick back and forth with their lover, telling them to stop being an idiot. You're gonna die. That was a good detail. Juro's struggle against Kyutoshiba and like figuring out the maddenings of his own mind. Like, how much did we like that? Like, was that a cool... Like, I think it definitely falls in, like, a character realizes that his life is a lie. That falls in with the, like, oh, time loop. Oh, Born Identity. Like, oh, detective story. Oh, E.T. Like kind of, premises of the rest of the stories. What do we feel about that?
I feel like it was fine. I feel like it is almost diluted because by that point you know enough about what's going on that you understand. Like, I figured out 426's identity long before Juro Kurabe's arc revealed who exactly it was. So it doesn't land as well when it's supposed to be the big twist of the main character's arc. Or the air quotes big twist of the air quotes main character's arc, rather.
I think it's interesting that, like, that's one of the few sections in the story where there's, like, gameplay in the narrative where, like, you have to sort of figure out what order of things to do in order to escape and to get other levels. I'm not a huge fan of how this game handles, like, its progression through the story. Maybe I should say this for Yuki Takamiya's segments, which I think is like...
Yeah, Yuki has the hardest segments in the game.
Where it's, like, straight up confusing on what triggers what. The absolute worst of it is the section with Iori where you're going out and getting crepes with the girls and there's the cat. And I was stuck there for, like, 20 minutes being like, what? Like, sometimes it's just hard to know what you're... Like, sometimes the narrative is, like, just on rails. Like, you just move your character and just on rails. And there's other times where you have to figure out what does the game want you to do.
It's also really interesting. It's also really interesting how they're all laid out in flowcharts, because everyone has a flowchart, basically, and we'll maybe get into some of those a little more as we go. But I think Kurabe has one of the more interesting and unique flowcharts where it is...
Yeah, you have to, like, figure it out.
It's mostly linear, but I think there are a few branching paths, and it is, but the big stuff is locked off, until you get certain, essentially you unlock different paths with different keywords sometimes.
So I'm actually looking at his flowchart right now, and he has one of the more complicated ones, out of the cast. Like, Iori's incredibly straightforward, as is Megumi's.
Yeah. Megumi's is the...
As is A's.
I think Takamiya, if I'm going off of memory, I think Takamiya and Shinonome, as well as Kurabe, have the most...
those are the ones where you have to like figure it out.
Yeah, and like you can often essentially fail the story like portion.
Those Shinonomes just kind of straight up lies to you in a way that's kind of annoying. Ninji's is way more straightforward than it feels. We'll get into that when we get into that. His is actually super straightforward, though you think it's not. Because it feels like you're super involved, and that's part of why Ninji's arc is cool, is because you kind of feel like you're smarter than you actually are.
I think the way that Kurabe's works is actually like a pretty good balance between like needing to figure stuff out and being like, oh, well, what if I do this instead? Like, it's forgiving enough in that sense that
it has a little bit of challenge,
with more of the complicated
it doesn't
ones.
Go full. Okay, wait, what? Like Yuki's does. Okay. Moving on. We can circle back to Juro if we want to. Keitaro Miura.
He's a good counterpoint to that, because his flowchart is essentially literally just, okay, well, here's this one scene, happens. And it branches off into all these different scenes, but the way it's outlined, it's basically, okay, well, it just starts in the same place each time, and he remembers a different scene from there.
Now we do this.
It's entirely linear.
And one problem I do have with this game is that sometimes it's kind of weird that, like, we keep resetting from the same place despite, like, the crazy revelations that happened. Yuki also comes to mind, where, like, she finds out that she's being groomed to be a Sentinel pilot by this weird shadow organization. She's like, let's go back to school, keep solving the mystery. Okay. I want to bring up Keitaro. Do you have any, like, Keitaro takes before I rant a bit?
It's kind of cool how all his sections start with almost like journal entries.
Yes, and they do that. Like, I'm pretty sure that like that like clear skies thing, like the way they start. I that's got to be a callback to something, or like a reference that is to a Japanese thing that's going over my head. Maybe it has to do with him being old school. He's got a cool man at a I think both him and Taketoshi are a little weakened because they both have the man at a time story. And I think Taketoshi is a much richer character and a more entertaining character than Keitaro's just boring to me. I just like, all right, I think he is absolutely adorable. Moe out the wazoo when he takes his hat off and he does his little salute. But like, I don't know, he's just like kind of there. Like, and his romance and his like puppy love of Natsuno, like it's just kind of there.
Remind me, what exactly is his story apart from just tagging along with Minami's story?
He doesn't. So his story is just finding out a bunch of things, like finding out that Kurabe's house is like different than the way it should be, finding out where his Sentinel is, finding out going back to 1945 and like. Finding out that Chihiro was taken, then talking to Chihiro and finding out that she's different than he thinks that she should be. He doesn't like overcome a lot of adversity or like go through a character arc. He just sort of like gets things explained to him, and that I think is his weakness and part of what makes him so bland.
I guess so. I think that I enjoyed him more than Kurabe though, just because he's a more interesting.
Kurabe
and
is
more
actively
fun
annoying.
Yeah. Whereas Miura, like, he is just sort of an accessory to other people's stories, particularly
Kurabe
Minami's.
has higher highs and lower lows. Than Keitaro.
Yeah.
Ready to move on?
Sure, because, like, we may as well just talk about Miura as it relates to... Well, I guess, do we want to talk about who exactly Miura is and like the other stuff in the story, or do we want to get into that with,
let's do that after we do Natsuno. So because
Right.
I actually forgot to add that character, but that's a great point. So Miura is paired up with Natsuno a lot, who I think is also kind of bland, but like very, very fun. And I think her arc is a great, like, I kind of recommend that people sort of start with it, especially because so you can unlock the exterminator scene, just sort of like jump into the rest of the game, because that kind of opens things up. Like, you know, her and BJ, again, to me it feels very E.T. You find an alien that's obviously to the audience not an alien, and like, she's the Genki girl, right? Like, she's just, you know, happy-go-lucky, like, oh, gotta stay away from the black suits.
Yep, track team ace. Also, like, a big nerd. Like, she's a big fan of War of the Worlds.
I would call her a dork.
Yeah, she's a big sci-fi fan.
Yes, which colors her view of events explicitly.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't really, like, I guess she, like, figures out what's going on, and, like, yeah, but not a character for whom there's going to be a lot of, like, growth and like intense character moments. A lot of stuff happens to her, and she's around a lot. But this is, like, the fun, like, sort of, kind of feels like a kid's adventure part of the story. And I like that it's a different flavor.
I mean, her story is essentially like Natsuno Minami, Gentlewoman Adventurer. She goes on these adventures through times to try, like, with her robot who is named BJ. Interesting choice, but...
Bug, this is a Christian podcast. Fucking nut. So, do we want to... That leads us into the character of BJ, who, along with Sekigahara, is a character who shows up every fucking where, partially because they dispense a shit ton of exposition.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also because, like, Minami is such a, like... She is one of the most active participants in the plot. Going around with...
Yeah, she's moving around.
Yeah.
And also, like, the things that happen to her affect other people.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing when she has the bandage on her face, I think is, like, a big, like figuring things out moment for people. Like, oh, you know, what happened with that? So, our robot friend, I was surprised how cool he was in the end. Didn't hit nearly as hard as Fluffy, but,
Oh, didn't hit nearly as... I thought it hit harder.
Really? So talk to me about your love for getting into a BJ.
Well, I mean, BJ, for one, is not just... He doesn't seem like you know that this guy is very importantly tied to the plot, and it doesn't feel... He doesn't feel like he is trying to trick Minami, like Fluffy feels like he's a character who's trying to trick someone.
Yeah.
So
sure.
You get on his side, like he's easy to get behind. So when he ends up sacrificing himself in the end, which he gets better, like I feel like that has a lot of weight, and it's a really good conclusion to the story. But BJ is this Sentinel droid that you realize about partway through the story is actually Miura. What? I think that was one of the biggest what moments for me.
Yeah, that one was mostly confusing because it doesn't have a lot of weight on like Miura himself. Because he's not that like Miura, other than just like he's helpful, I guess.
Yeah. And this is where
I didn't realize that BJ was going to be like a character with like an arc and shit for a while. I guess is why I wasn't as attached to him. But that was maybe just
with the
like,
Miura
really,
reveal.
like,
I think
like
that's when you realize, oh, he's important. He's not just. But yeah, I think when we say that he is Miura, what we mean is that he is an AI construct of Miura from the...
He's Miura from one loop ago.
Yes.
He is explicitly in the narrative Miura from one loop ago.
Yes.
That has been turned into an AI and put in a Sentinel droid.
So it's not the same Miura. It is a previous... like the previous version of Miura that has been digitized and like saved to Universal Control. Yes?
Um,
Yes.
yes. Yes, just like Chihiro Morimura and Tetsuya Ida, but in a different form. I think that also, like, keeping track of when his memory gets wiped by who and, like, what's manipulating him and who's using him kind of makes him sort of confusing to me to follow. Like, he gets manipulated by he gets manipulated by Tetsuya Ida, he gets manipulated by 426 briefly when 426 jumps between Android Tomi and Android Tamao. It's just kind of a lot to keep track of with that character, and I think part of my brain sort of tuned it out a bit. As I got a little lost.
Yeah, I guess I can see that. I think maybe that was one of the things I was looking for when I went back. Like, throughout it, I looked back through the timeline on occasion, like whenever I started getting lost, just to make sure that I understood where exactly everything fell.
We already kind of talked about Tamao. I want to roll past her unless you have another thing to add. I think she's pretty boring. We already talked about, like, the 13 versus the 15. I want to go to Ryoko Shinonome.
Are we skipping Takamiya?
We are. I am dumb. You are smart. Okay. I am the dumbest man on planet Earth. It's like you didn't
even read the outline you made for you. I'm also the
smartest man. You see, Bug, what a lot of people don't understand is that intelligence is not a single stat, but instead smartness and stupid are completely unbound stats on the RPG sheet. Mm-hmm. And I'm what happens when both are maxed out.
One thing that I do want to point out yet is that it's really interesting that Minami forms such a strong bond with both BJ and Miura, considering they're the same person. Because the original incarnations of those people,
why did I never
from the year 2188,
they were in love.
They were in love, and this seems to be like one of the few couples that is just they're destined to be together.
Yeah. So do we want to talk about like fate? Like so this game has a lot to do with like identity and your past versus who you are. There's several people who was in love, like, you know, originally. Chihiro and Juro were in love, but then Juro goes with Megumi, but then you get the tie that, like, it was Juro Izumi in 2188 who decided to, like, take Megumi as a child. There's some, like, some weirdness with that, but, like, you know, they're different people. You know, Yuki and Natsuno were best friends. Originally, Yuki was Natsuno's mom. I actually kind of wish there would be a scene when like Yuki was defending Natsuno, where she's like, "That's my daughter, damn it!" I thought that would have been cool.
Yeah. Honestly, I was kind of disappointed when I saw that Takamiya and Minami are like genetically mother and daughter, because I'm like, oh, well, that ruins that ship.
Hey, she's always seaworthy if you're willing to bail water.
Yeah, I think that even despite the major like relationship triangles that go on in this series throughout,
everyone
like,
can be shipped with at
loops.
least two people.
Yeah, like
most people have a lot of people have a fake out ship.
Somehow, despite all of that, there's no like ship that's given a lot of attention that is incestuous, and that's impressive considering that there are multiple characters who are related in some form.
I'm sure you were disappointed. Anyway, I want to come back, but to briefly dip into Yuki's arc, Yuki and Natsuno should have hooked up. Would have been a better story. I no cap think that, but we'll get to that when we talk about Yuki's arc, which is good and bad and weird. But like, so there's a big theme, probably the biggest, if 13 Sentinels has a theme, other than like, humanity will survive, it's the, like, who are you? Who are you? There's that great scene when Shu confronts Tetsuya Ida, where he's like, you fell in love with Yuki? That is kind of fascinating.
Yeah. I think the other theme, though, is, like, an appreciation of the past and nostalgia and how that affects our future. That is another big thing that a video I watched that reviewed it brought up. And like, yeah, that definitely is something that is running through it. And that's probably why it's set primarily in the 80s and why once, you know...
A very nostalgic age for Japan.
Yeah.
Being like kind of their heyday.
Mm-hmm.
Like 1985 is a time in Japan where, like, you know, you look at for example, Shu Amiguchi's room, and like technology is exploding. People have so much cash to burn. There's tons of kids. The economy's moving really fast. Jobs. Japanese cars and appliances and shit are dominating the world stage.
It's almost disappointing that we didn't spend more time in 2025, because that could have been interesting as well. Like, it's close enough to the present that... Yeah. And then we spend zero time in the future.
Yeah, and Miyuki Inaba, I do like Tomi grumbling for her smartphone. That's pretty legit.
Yeah, and also Tomi being like, are you a Sukeban? Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
No, wait. I am going to rant about how great Tomi is when we get to Tomi. Yes. Stick to the outline!
Anyway, speaking of Sukeban...
Thank you. Alright, so objectively, the worst thing about Yuki Takamiya is that the official artwork shows her wearing these sexy as fuck black fingerless leather gloves, but then in the game she never actually wears the black fingerless leather gloves, and 0 out of 10. Alright, so it should come as no surprise to those who know me. I'm not going to reveal my best girl rankings for the show yet, but everything's a show, whatever. Aesthetically, Yuki is the character that I am drawn to. She is a violent thug, and frankly, that's all it really takes. She is a cigarette-smoking, beating the shit out of other gang leaders, smack-talking, like... And Sukebans are great, and just like...
For those unaware,
she's
Wyatt,
so cool.
What exactly is a Sukeban?
So a Sukebon is a Ryoko Matoi. It's a trope that developed in Japan in the 70s and the 80s, and it is kind of the inverse, the female reflection of Japanese delinquent bansho culture, of middle school and high school students who wore these black uniforms. For men, they were called for boys, they were called bansho. For women, they were called Sukeban, is my understanding. And
I think actually,
Bon.
No.
Bon comes from the bansho. That's not the name for the uniform. Suke comes from an antiquated... I'm literally reading the mystery files. Suke is an antiquated way to refer to women, and Bon comes from Bancho, which was kind of a slang term to refer to the leader of a gang of delinquents. And so basically, you're a gang girl who does the street violence.
Gangudo is something else.
And a red sailor scarf.
Gangudo is something else.
I'm pretty sure
you said a gang girl. A girl who's in a gang, basically.
Yes. Buggy is too innuendo heavy for me.
It's not innuendo. It's just wordplay.
This is. All right. So okay. Yeah. I love Yuki's aesthetic. I think she's hot. Also, I'm just gonna put this out there. MILF Yuki, 2188 Yuki, hottest girl in the game.
Okay.
She's got everything you could ever want.
I'm not going to argue about that at all.
She is firing on all cylinders. All right. Yeah. Okay. How much do we like Yuki's detective shtick?
I think it made for a really interesting framing device. but I also found her segments to be... I found her segments some of the most interesting to play story-wise, but some of the most infuriating to play gameplay-wise. Just because you...
There are times where it wore on me very fast, especially in that it is painfully obvious that Erika Iba is up to shit. Even if you haven't gotten to, like, the spoiler segments about her, it's just like, what else is going to be fucking happening with this?
Yeah, because
girl?
She does not appear anywhere else in the game. Even you might recognize her as Tamao. You may, the fact that she doesn't seem to have any sort of role in the plot, it's pretty easy to infer that she's up to no good in some sense.
Okay, so I would call Yuki like a mid-tier character quality-wise. She has some emotional complexity. I actually really like her and Ryoko when she's helping Ryoko out. And, we get to see her more supportive and maternal side, which definitely has. I kind of think that Yuki's art comes off as a little flat because it's like, oh, her and Natchan, they're cool. And then, she goes and she saves Natchan. And, that's what happens. She's a badass in the beginning. She's a badass in the end. I thought her and her father, who was in prison, was going to go somewhere, and it doesn't at all. Ultimately, Yuki, I think, is a character who is incredibly pleasant for aesthetic reasons. All of her trash talk, and then seeing her more vulnerable with Amiguchi, I think, is great. Commanding her in battle is a joy. Her transformation sequence when she gets into the Sentinel is I think the coolest in the game. I literally gasped when I first saw it. Her just surrounded by the lightning and zapping in, and it's striking the pose. She's cool. I just wish they did more with her. That was we got a little more emotional art.
I think we've been talking a lot about agency and which characters have agency and whatnot, and I think a big part of why that's so hard to talk about is because in their own storylines, most characters aren't really doing much. What the most interesting parts of everyone's story is when you get to a point and they're like, wait a minute, this reminds me of something, and then you get a flashback that complicates things. It's kind of weird because most of what you play through is not the story. You just remember the story.
Yeah, and also, this is a story of children who are being acted on, and that's gonna be, inherent. And to be clear, agency is, I'm a huge fan, Monica Magica is a show that I never shut up about, as friends of mine will know, and most of its characters have absolutely, fucking no agency for a lot of it, and that does not matter at all. Though it does sort of tie that in the end. And I think agency is a great way to pop off on the next character, Ryoko Shinonome. Who, I'm just going to put this out there, is the worst. If I had to write someone out of the show, it would be her. I do not like her. I think she is bad.
Oh, she's not that bad. She's not that bad. Also, I mean, you didn't play it in Japanese, but she's voiced by, what's her name? No, not her. The other one, Sayori Hayami. The one whose voice is just complete sex.
Well, maybe that helped. But, okay. What is Ryoko's story? Well, she's in love with a man, and he manipulates her. And then she is an annoying burden, an obstacle to everyone else in the story, and is popping up constantly just to yell and to, then collapse. And, I think it's cool. The idea of a character living in a brain fog and, mind memory fuckery and working their way through that is cool. The problem is, Ryoko doesn't, work her way out of her problem. She eventually, turns on Ida, but then she, hates herself for that, but then, she kind of eventually sort of like at the end magically feels better and is like, I'm gonna fight for myself now, and is just like, like she forgets everything, and then she's just like, I'm gonna go. And I guess it's cool she gets peace, but it's just kind of like there feel like one. It will always annoy me when a character's arc is defined, where a female character's arc is defined by a man. And if it happened with the genders reverse, I'm sure that would annoy me too. We're gonna talk about another character later on where that also happens, but it's a lot better.
I think I know what you're talking about, and I think I'm gonna disagree.
I think you. I think you do.
Here's how I would put it. I can see how Shinonome is terrible from everyone else's perspective, like in everyone else's storylines. But with Shinonome as the protagonist of her own storyline, I think she's interesting because she is a very tragic character. She's someone who has been manipulated and is still being manipulated and is trying to fight out of that manipulation to an extent. And when she does, her reward is realizing that she has done perhaps the thing that has most fucked up the plot.
So, for me, the reason that didn't work for me is that there's no real scenes where we get a sort of baseline of Ryoko. We are introduced to Ryoko, like as like a waif who is around and is doing weird shit in other people's stories. She's introduced in other people's stories way before we get our hands on her. And like, for instance, Natsuno has scenes of her just like walking around talking about dorky sci-fi stuff, and we just kind of like get the richness of her personality, and we get to care about her. If I'm supposed to feel sadness for a person, I have to be endeared to him, and for me, the plot never did anything to endear me to Ryoko. Like, her plot kind of like starts like everyone else's sort of like ramps up. Her starts with like everything is fucked and things.
Yeah,
get
that's
more
true.
fucked.
The entirety of her story is in media. It was
not very. And I just like. So I would call her, as far as tropes goes, I think she is the Rei clone.
Oh, definitely, right down to the bandages.
Rei clones are supposed to be mysterious and generally don't talk a lot, and Ryoko is very similar to Rei in that she is heavily connected to the plot and like the conspiracy and shit. And it's just like she just doesn't shut the fuck up.
Here's another question though. What are your thoughts on the Rei archetype as a whole? Is that an archetype that you like a lot, or is it one that you're not particularly fond of?
I love Rei and I love Yuki Nagato, but I don't really have a comment. I think I'm actually predisposed to dislike those kinds of characters.
See, whereas
but
those
because they don't talk a lot. But like Ryoko talks all the time.
Yeah.
I just think that like her lack of agency and her lack of like grounding in a solid person, like, what is Ryoko's personality?
I guess that's a fair point. And like, as someone who, you know, is in sort of that Rei archetype, that Rei Ayanami archetype, like those characters tend not to have a personality beyond just.
They have a personality you have to uncover.
It varies. It varies.
Rei has a very distinct personality.
It's true, but a big part of Rei's personality is also like feeling like she's useless if no one else is using her, which, you know, she is put in a position to be essentially abused and taken advantage of.
Ryoko is also the same.
You know, Shinonome is a lot like that, and that's, I think that like that works as a story device, and that's part of why she's such a tragic character.
Rei is over there in Evangelion. She is kept away from us a lot of the time. She is mysterious. She's weird. Like, just getting the hold. I didn't find Ryoko's story segments be that engaging. There's a lot of repetition. trying to figure out your way out. You have to take the pills over and over. It's good repetition of like, this is her life. And I think it was actually a really great example of gameplay reflecting story and what's going on. This character is lost in haze, and it is utterly tragic she's lost in that haze. I just don't really care much about
That's
her
fair.
haze.
I enjoyed it a little more, and because I think that the way her story was played out and the way that like the walk around segments tied into her story a little better in terms of how that was framed and everything. I think that made her story one of the most enjoyable to play for me. And honestly, like, all these characters are a little bit one note, so for a lot of them, how much I like them,
and that's one thing
how much I like
into.
them kind of depends on how fun their story was to play through.
We'll get in. Okay, and also to people who are yelling at me that Ryoko does things, she shoots Ida, and yada yada. Yes. But when she takes agency, she then immediately loses it because of her memories being constantly reset, and it doesn't, like, move into a cohesive whole. Like, she does that before we take control of her as a protagonist in the storyline, and that is not really directly connected to her growth and her overcoming. I do think she gets better in the final combat sequences, but, like, ultimately, Ryoko is a character who is afflicted, and then she is no longer afflicted. She has a problem, and then she doesn't. She does not really take actions to fix that problem. And that's kind of my problem.
I don't think... I wouldn't say that she has a problem and then she doesn't. I thought it was maybe more like she has a problem, and then at the end she stands up and faces that problem instead of running from it. But also, like, I haven't played through the story again recently. I'm a little rustier, and maybe I'm biased by the fact that I enjoyed the story.
I didn't like her before. I didn't like her before I redid it. Okay, I want to move on to Taketoshi, and I want you to kind of start us off. What do you think of Taketoshi?
Taketoshi Hijiyama. Well, let me tell you one thing. There's not much that he trusts in this post-war world, but if there's one thing that he does, it's his beloved yakisoba pan.
The yakisoba pan is the
way. Hijiyama is a character who I don't love all that much, but he is he's one of the funnier characters just because he is someone who is
I like him more than I should.
He is so very serious all the time.
He goes hard. He is a pure boy. He just throws his dick and his head in the concrete, and he slams both into the concrete, and that's how he lives his life. He yeets himself off the cliff over and over. Like,
yeah, he's comedically serious is what I would say. Is like he has He's essentially like this big military soldier, but he also like falls into these overdramatics, like gives these overdramatic speeches and is in love with yakisoba pan. And
how do we feel about a character about there being a character from fascist Japan as one of our protagonists?
That's a very good question.
I don't have a great answer. I ended up liking Taketoshi, and maybe it makes it better that the character who says the most homophobic and transphobic shit is the one from fascist Japan.
I think that it's kind of...
We'll get into that in a sec.
Yeah. The fact that his character is technically speaking a fascist is like...
I actually wouldn't call him personally a fascist.
Yeah,
necessarily.
Yeah, he is a soldier for a fascist ideology, which it helps you distinguish it a little better. There's also the fact that this is like right before they lose the war, which
Yeah. As a learned anti-fascist, I will also mention that 16-year-olds are very, very easy to deprogram and to get out, and they do it all the time, which is part of what makes our job
They're
easier.
also very easy to program as well. They're
so easy. It's so easy. I feel like I am a fascist in so many timelines you don't even know. It utterly terrifies me. I am a Proud Boy in like at least 17 different permutations of myself.
I don't think I have that high of a success rate, or not success rate. Let's not call it a success rate, but yeah, no, there are definitely timelines where I fall into a more fascist ideology.
Okay, so yeah, like I think Taketoshi is just so intense that he just ends up being likable. And what's interesting is that he's the jock character. Oh, by the way, the best Taketoshi line the whole game is when Ninji's like, "You sucker punched me," and Taketoshi essentially says, "It's not my fault you went down like a bitch. Not my fault you blocked your face.
I forgot about that.
I hit you. You went down." No, like so, you know, Taketoshi knocks Ninji out, and Ninji's like, you sucker punched me, and Taketoshi essentially says, "Hey man, you went down.
Yeah.
Why'd you go down?" Which as a guy who used to be in a martial arts school that had the motto "Don't block with your face," I appreciate that. And I think part of what makes Taketoshi so cool is that he is the jock strong boy character, and he is also one of the two explicitly queer characters in our story. And this is where I have set across some time, and I want to talk about the depictions of queer characters in 13 Sentinels. So a little bit of context. This game is published by Atlus, and I don't think it'd be irresponsible for me not to mention that Atlus has a history of putting just some rancidly transphobic shit in their writings. Stuff that's just like goes beyond misunderstanding and into being like actively malicious. And so when I found out the game was published by them, there was a little like in my brain. Obviously Atlus has published a lot of good stuff. You know, everyone loves Shin Megami Tensei.
Well, I mean, Persona and Catherine, I believe, are both part of the Shin Megami Tensei franchise, and I believe those two are some of the ones that I've heard are worst
Catherine is the big one.
Yeah.
Catherine is like the big one. I think some of the Personas, though I don't know enough. I haven't played any of the Personas. Though they have been infinitely recommended to me, probably for good reasons. So this game has a queer relationship between what I would call probably are two gay men, though what's going on with Tsukasa's gender is never made clear in a way that's kind of annoying, but also I'm just kind of rolling with it.
I believe I have heard that in the original Japanese, he is just like cross-dressing.
Yeah, like they use the he pronoun in the database, which is why I use he.
Yeah.
There are lines where like he's like, some binaries work for me and others don't.
The English localization made him more non-binary, I believe.
That's interesting. I've written a little bit of. I've thought a lot about how to write queer characters as I write novels, and it, there is a resistance to be like, introduce a character, state their pronouns, like what's going on with the way they see sex and gender and attraction. That can be kind of blunt. That can be kind of like incredibly obtuse. I understand not wanting to do that, but sometimes leaving things up to interpretation can be very annoying, especially when the fact that this game, like 60 minutes in, goes very hard with like the transphobic trope to end all transphobic tropes, which is Taketoshi is in love with a girl, he's talking to her, the girl leaves, a guy comes out and be like, "Hey, did you know that's not a girl you were in love with? They have the dick. Did you know there was a dick? There was a dick. You have been tricked, good sir. And and he's like, oh no, I have been tricked. Let me run around with my hair on fire because I have been tricked. There is a dick. Someone call the fire department. I need an adult.
Yeah.
And it gets better from there. That's the bottom, and it only goes up from there.
I think it's very important to look at sort of where this story ends and where the story starts, because by the end, it is explicit that the original, like, 2188 Hijiyama and
That's
Okino
one of my favorite scenes in the game.
Are in a relationship, and it is, like, if you look at it, it is essentially, like,
no caveats.
1945, Hijiyama, who is so upset by this. Well, yeah, he lives in the 40s in, like, fascist Japan, allied with Germany, who was very big on, like they were very transphobic. A lot of what they
put a lot of queer folk in the
a lot
camps.
of the burning, like a lot of the book burning that happened was queer literature.
This is one of the first things that happened was burning everything that all of the medical journalism on trans folk. One of the first things to go.
So, like, from that perspective, like, I think it's very reasonable to say that, well, this is just like,
it's not unrealistic at all.
Yeah, just internalized queerphobia, because it's the culture that he grows up with. He doesn't think that it's right to be queer, but he very clearly is at least bisexual.
There's what's very interesting is that Taketoshi, almost tons of Taketoshi's dialogue is, well, I don't love him because he's like a him, but, like, I mean, he is sweet, but, like, so much of it is him being conflicted about this. I think it does get grating at certain times, but the balm is, this is the best romance in the game. Maybe Ninji and Tomi's is better. Probably it is. I love Tsukasa. I love what are you gonna do? Push me over? Pin me down? Like, and yes, he is a sadistic fuck, and some of what he does to Taketoshi definitely goes too far, but, like, I just love their dynamic of, like, because what's really cool is usually it's like, oh, the aggressive man and the bashful woman. Well, Taketoshi is the big jock, and he gets to be bashful, while, like, Okino is, like, the pale
Okino
waif
is definitely
who is going
the top.
so hard. He is going so hard with the innuendo. Just, like, I tweeted out part of this shit this morning, but just, like, their dialogue of just like, I know you're a man under there. Why don't you come over here and find out? Like, just, it's so, I don't know. Do you enjoy their back and forth?
Yes and no. Yes and no. It's the sort of thing where I can definitely see why someone would love it and definitely see why someone would hate it.
I can see why someone could hate it.
It really walks the line of being, like, a story about a guy coming to terms with his sexuality and being, a guy being hateful.
Yeah, and, like, it is kind of grating how, like, and also,
I guess I don't necessarily love how it's used for comedy.
I don't think 13 Sentinels, like, has a very coherent thing to say about queer romances, and I think parts of it are bungled. Like, kind of the ending stinger is a little, like, can be interpreted kind of different ways as far as, like, what you're politically saying about a group of people.
Yeah, also, like, the post-credit stuff where, like, they go back into the simulation and Okino's like, by the way, I can have whatever body you want in here. I'm not sure what I think about that. It could be...
If I were a gay man, I think I might find that a little demeaning. I am not a gay man, and I am not going to speak for gay men. but like just strikes me as something that might be a possibility. Now, does that necessarily mean it bad? And part of that, like, that scene is great as far as like the two of them doing their innuendo thing. It also makes sense that they're like, I was listening to a thing that it makes sense that they're still like kind of not at a like they're not together like married yet in their relationship, because like what, like, they had a lot of work to do. Like, Tsukasa fucking like ties Hijiyama up and like goes way too hard. And like them not trusting it, they need some time. Tsukasa needs to come off of his high horse a little bit. Hijiyama needs to get over his bullshit. They need some time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the scene in 1988 with the two of them, 2188, them just booling as gay boys. That was cool. And it also like,
and they just
it was a pretty
treat
like
it really
casually
and normally.
Like, this is the ship. Yes, it's like, this is the ship. This is not a joke romance. This is a serious romance that we're taking seriously, and I'll applaud the game for it. I think there's some stuff that again I think is a little, but you know, there ain't a lot of queer characters in Japanese video games.
Yeah,
and I think a lot of people will take what they can get.
I do also like how this one seems to be framed as one of like the canon like fated ships. Like Minami and Miura is one of them. It's like, oh, well, they found each other like in the like the simulation as well, and like their love endures even through like future generations. And to see that, like, the other one of those relationships that endures, and it's like, oh, well, maybe, we're different people, so we'll hook up with someone else. No, another one of the relationships that seems to be enduring, at least, is the one queer relationship in the game.
Yeah.
Well,
very, very good point.
Not necessarily the one queer relationship in the game, because in one of the battle scenes, I don't know if you remember this, there is a point where Iori starts falling for Yuki.
Yeah, I forgot about that! Oh, that scene's great!
And she's...
yeah.
And she's just casually Yuki, like, hey, hang on a sec.
That's because Yuki just, like, exudes sex.
Yeah, she's just like, wait, no, hang on a sec. I thought I was in love with Sekigahara. Wait, why am I having these weird feelings for another girl? And
my vagina is moving and I find it alarming. What's going on?
It's kind of nice how that's just casually dropped in.
Yeah, and I think we all have we all have like, it's like, I'm not gay, but if this one person like really came on hard, I don't know if I would be able to stop them. But I feel like that was Iori's scene for that. Listen, I'm not gay, but if Archer from Fate Stay Night, I'm not, there's like that one scene where he's on the couch and he's like, oh
yeah, that's literally what GAR stands for, gay for Archer. In
that,
do you remember that? Are you too young for?
Down? I am I'm a solid 6 years too young for that, old man.
for when GAR was a term that people used to describe characters they would be gay for. That was it was an acronym, I put in air quotes, for gay for Archer, but that's not it doesn't.
Hey Buggy. Yeah? I have never watched an anime hell.
Yeah, that tracks.
I just said that because I knew it would annoy you.
It's not the same thing as anime hell in any way, but yeah, no, it was something that was from that same time, like yaoi paddles. It was a different time, Wyatt. Every anime had a caramel dancing remix.
All right, so, moving on to Best Girl, Nenji Ogata, putting my flag in the sand, my favorite character, I think, in the game.
I'm not sure at this point that I would say that, but definitely a strong contender for it, if nothing else.
So, Nenji.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll co-sign that. Nenji, best character in the game.
All right, so Bug, I'm gonna talk about what makes Nenji great, and then I want you to go into his actual story and the time loops. So, Nenji is a side character for much of the story, and I think Nenji succeeds where the story of Juro Kurabe kind of stumbles, because Nenji's story is a young man coming into his own and becoming a hero. But he's introduced as the punk character and kind of the foil for Yuki, and he is he's kind of a side character in other people's stories as just mostly Tomi's, but he shows around, Shu's and Yuki's, and he's just kind of around, and we see that like he's kind of dumb, he's kind of hot-headed, he piece of shit out of poor Keitaro, and but we kind of like so we're introduced to him. We see his thing. We see him be fun and personality heavy. But then we really see him come down to earth. And like you have Tomi's arc where he's like the responsible one, like going through drink machines and when I say emotional complexity, emotional texture, we got to see Nenji from so many angles. We got to see him be the hero. We got to see him be the dumbass. We got to see him figure things out and overcome. We got to see him be like, what's going on? We got to see him be antagonizing. We got to see him be the hero. And we also got to see him like just hanging out and chilling because he spends a lot of the story not really knowing what the fuck is going on and just kind of being okay with it. I love the scene where him and Shu are on the roof and they both tell each other the thing that's going on, and the other one's just like...
Was 2188 Nenji the one who ordered that hit, or was that Gota?
That was Renya Gouto.
Okay, never mind. So we didn't see him as like the villain.
Though 2188 Nenji was not a good guy.
Not really.
Most of the 2188s were not good people. One of the things I think is cool about this story. So like, and then it ends with perhaps one of the best hero moments I've ever seen.
Oh,
now,
yes.
What is a hero moment? So, a hero moment is something I've done it in my literature, in my book. I actually spend a lot of time subverting it, and I thought a lot about how I was going to do it, because, you can only do it once, and it's super, super important. The hero moment is when our young man traditionally has been, kind of shirking the responsibility of his powers for our entire story and failing, and it's the time where he's like, where the villain is monologuing, and our guy gets off from up the ground, he's like, you may have beat me before, but this time I won't lose because I have something worth fighting for. And the trumpets blare, and we start our big fight.
I have the power of God and anime on my side.
And Ninji's is great because they fuse the hero moment with the love confession. And I'm just going to quote, "I don't give a shit about my limits because I love you. And that's what makes me want to break them."
Yes.
And he swipes the thing, and he goes into the blue lightning, and he fucking goes and kills some kaiju, and we're like, that's my boy right there! That's my fucking boy!
I think that was the first get in the robot moment that I got. I think his story was the first one I finished, so I got that. Oh, God. It was so good. Such a good ending.
And note, that is the only time when Tomi is speechless.
But yeah, I guess now it's time for me to talk about how his story is laid out. His story is the Groundhog Day one, the time loop, where basically he is on a train station, which we get to see the beginning of that conversation from Kisaragi's point of view later, where he's talking with Kisaragi. It's after her story, and basically finds out, he gets on like a train or something, and weird trippy stuff happens, or no, first of all, he gets on a train and the city essentially gets destroyed by the kaiju, and he's like, oh, well, fuck. And he goes to like this floating green space, and they're like, hey, you need to find the key. You need to find the key. So he gets sent back in time over and over, trying to find a way off the train station before everyone is killed, trying to find the key, a key that he doesn't even know what exactly it is. And then, like, of course, you get his little flashbacks through all that as well.
And what's cool about this is we get to see a character solving a puzzle, coming into his own, growing and developing.
The dumbass character solving the puzzle.
The dumbass character! And he, like, I don't think it's, like, a super great commentary on, like, the time loop. Well, maybe it's that it's not a time loop, it's in virtual reality.
Yeah.
But he figures it out, and
It's a virtual reality within a virtual reality. He has...
Oh, yeah, I actually never thought about that. But yeah, and then there's the fact that, like, his confrontation with 426 is, like, one of the big character moments for 426, and probably one of the first things that suggests to the audience that he's a good guy. Yeah, it's just watching him, like, he talks through it. He's like, okay, so then there's gonna be that train. Okay, now I need to go talk to this guy. And you're like, oh, well, Nenji figured it out before I did.
Yeah.
I would say he's a character that earns your respect. And I think he is paired with an equally good character. Not as good. Doesn't have as much of like an overcoming arc moment.
Yeah, but what I'll say is I think the fact, before we move on from Nenji, I think
all right.
the fact that he has such a good character arc where it's, you know, he's the delinquent with the heart of gold and he comes into his own, he truly becomes a hero. And combining that with one of the most interesting framing devices for his story and one of the most fun to play, because it's essentially more of a puzzle than some of the other stuff, but it doesn't feel like an unfair puzzle like the others. Like, because it loops, you get sort of like, I think those two things combine, making Nenji,
and also it feels appropriate,
my favorite character,
because he's literally solving a puzzle,
yeah,
and trying to figure something out. So, I claimed that Ryoko was a failure of a Rei clone. That was contentious. But whenever a Rei arises, there must be an Asuka. And I am going to assert that Tomi Kisiragi is one of the best written tsunderes I have ever encountered.
Oh,
and
no,
I think some people are even going to protest.
Don't put that stink
when
on her.
I use that term. And no, it's because there's three types of well-written tsunderes. Characters that aren't actually tsunderes, and Asuka.
You said 3 types, and then you listed 2.
The other one is Haruhi. Though I know some people disagree with that.
Tsundere is kind
Haruhi
of a
is also good.
strangely defined thing, because it's not just it's not like I like you or anything, Babaka. Like,
it is the girl who yells at the guy. In its most primal form, that is what the trope is. It is a headstrong, A-type personality girl who does not show a lot of affection towards the guy she prototypically has a crush on,
but warms to him,
and is maybe even maybe to the point of being verbally abusive towards them. And here is why Tomi works. Just like Nenji, she is not introduced really as a protagonist, but she is one of the girls. We get to see the blondes out on the town, the girl, and she's like just a girl. And like the thing is, and it's probably a lesson, like, tsunderes, set them apart from male characters. Pass the fucking Bechdel test. Because, like, when she's away from the men, Tomi is just, like, the snarky member of the group who makes funny jokes. Like, she's like, you stuffed two of these down your bra? Boom. Instant Morimura. Yeah, she's funny.
She says that to Iori, right?
Yeah. When they're out getting food. I do like that this. We'll get to Morimura's design in a bit, but I do like that this is like, there's Taketoshi's line of like, how do the male students focus on their lessons? It is acknowledged in universe that much like Tsubasa Hanakawa, it is acknowledged in universe that Morimura has a garbage truck of a bod, and that it is destroying the brains of everyone who comes in contact with it.
Dump truck is the phrase you're looking for, not garbage truck.
I was specifically trying to use a different term, but okay. I don't know. Isn't calling someone a dump truck, like, isn't that just kind of sound demeaning? Whatever.
Less than garbage truck?
Yeah. I never said I was good at what I did. Anyway, just kidding. I am the most competent of men and people. I am genius. So, yeah, Tomi, or like, you a Sukeban? Are you gonna pull? Do you have a razor in your skirt? She's so good. And like, she doesn't have super great of an arc of it.
Well, I think we should bring up that, like, we've talked about how, you know, we've talked about characters who are from 1985, or characters who were from 1945 and were brought to 1985. I guess we also talked about Shinonome, who I believe is from the 60s, right?
Yes. She is from 2064. Yeah. And it is 2064, I confirmed that.
Yeah. But I think Kurabe is from then as well, isn't he? Or Izumi, rather.
It is implied that is unclear. It's implied that Izumi is from 2100, or at least he shows up in it in two loops ago. In the current loop, he is either from 64, but I think they actually, I think Goto and company actually brought him from 2100.
Yeah.
But it is not clear.
Anyway,
but yeah, Tomi is a woman out of time.
Yes,
but in reverse,
she is from 2025.
2025.
So the very near future. And we don't get to see much of it, probably because they were afraid that like, oh well, what if there's tech developed that, you know, but yeah, she has gone back in time 40 years after 2025 is destroyed by kaiju.
And it freaks her out.
Yeah, so she lived through that horror. And unlike, you know, Shinonome,
she didn't see as much of it as Megumi did.
Yeah, she was not a warrior.
She actually got pulled out.
She was like,
yeah, she got pulled out actually pretty early. To the point where that's why when she goes back to 2025, she's kind of shocked.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's her plot, is her and a few others, Shinonome accidentally trying to confront accidentally sets off a time fuckery that sucks Tomi, Ninji, and Miwako into the into the hell fuck of 2025.
Yeah, so she gets sent back into 2025, and that's where most of her story takes place, in the ruins of 2025.
And we get to see this character who is so who is so defined by being biting and being snobbery-ish to other people, be vulnerable and be like weak and mournful, and the scene where she's talking about like this place, they had this pear tart, and like,
yeah, and again that's where the theme of nostalgia comes back in. She's visiting essentially like something from her past that she can't go back to because it's been destroyed. Time has, ravaged it.
So, yeah, Tomi, like, eventually, she's a very active, she has a lot of agency, she, like, nabs the scene where she's like, hee, now, Tsukasa, you will do whatever I want, because I will blackmail you. That's great. She's like, you don't have much of a choice. In English, I'm gonna look up real quick who does her in English, because that is an utterly, Cassandra Lee Morris. Good job. Yeah. Tomi's just fucking delightful, and I like it when she's around, and she's got some emotional complexity, she's got some agency. Doesn't have like a huge like overcoming moment.
She's like a big supporting character.
Very, very solid member of the cast. Yeah, big supporting member of the cast. She feels like a smart person, I think, is a big part of what makes her likable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ready to move on?
The other thing to bring up, I guess, is the 2188 version of her is that idol that we mentioned before, who does the fantastic song. Because her AI is still living in the satellite or whatever. But she was.
Yes, and finding out that was a big pop-off
and
moment.
She used to be like back in 2025. She was a streamer who was known for singing doing music, basically.
This game came out like a little bit before VTubers like hard took off, but if it hadn't, would have been a VTuber.
Almost definitely would have been a VTuber, yeah.
Alright, so, next I want to kind of bring it back down, and I want to talk about Iori Fuyusaka, who, as you've highlighted, is a surprisingly weird character, in the narrative. And the reason that it's weird that she's weird is that she is normal. Iori Fuyusaka is kind of like our other sort of default protagonist character, the other one being Juro. And, she has a personality I would describe as a sack of potatoes.
You're going to have to elaborate on that.
So she is the MC-chan. Her personality is that she goes to class but isn't thrilled with it, and she dreams a lot, and she likes crepes, and she falls in love. And I guess she thirsts for adventure, maybe, and she is going to solve the mystery and overcome. And I think that Iori is like our stealth shonen protagonist character.
Yeah.
And I think she does a better job of it than Juro does. And I think I actually really like the scene where she says, "I may just be a high school girl, but I'm a high school girl with a giant robot!"
That was the other really good.
And it's like, you go, girl!
That was the other really good. It's time to get in the robot moment.
It's like, why the fuck not?
Yeah.
She also got better on my rewatch, which I can talk about if you'd like. But what do you think about Iori?
Iori I really liked. I think that she is a good person to sort of frame the narrative around as a whole. Because of other versions of her, which we are getting into as separate characters. Because I think there are 4 different versions of Iori.
3 that need to be discussed.
3 that need to be discussed, but also one of them is kind of 2 of them. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's confusing, but also, like, she is...
Hot take, 13 Sentinels is confusing.
She is, I think, because of all that going on around her, the character with the most complete arc overall, and who...
Probably.
I guess...
I think A is maybe a little
I
more
guess.
complete, but...
Iori herself does not drive a lot of the action, but Iori sort of... She inherits other people's fight and takes it on for herself, and I think that the way that story is told...
At least 2.
Is...
Yeah, she definitely rises to the occasion. I also love her design. I think she's beautiful. I love the flowers.
Yeah, she's a very good design for what she is. She's not my favorite character design of the thing, but she is a very good character design for what she is supposed to be and the role she's supposed to play.
So, I recently watched the film Dread, as in Judge Dredd. And one thing that kind of reminded me of is the importance of having characters that are supposed to be compelling actually do things. There is a character in Dredd who is like both to be like just the cute girl and there to be like the sort of audience insert. And one of the reasons that makes her work is that she like kills people. Like she gets a gun and she fights side by side with Dredd as an equal. And it's cool to see her overcome, and it helps make her more compelling. And like Iori like goes out there, like she knocks. Listen, if you punch out a cop, I'm not gonna hate you that much. It's she knocks out this mysterious dude. Even though she doesn't know how to fight, she confesses to A with all of her, with all of her protagonist power. She works up the strength to do it. And then like when her and A, first time through it, well, I wasn't super fan. Second time through, kind of really cute dynamic, and she. Unlike some characters who are kind of manipulative to their crush or taking advantage of their amnesiac state, Iori is very respectful towards A and his boundaries, and though it makes things more difficult for her in her heart.
Mm-hmm. I think that
I've taught myself into liking her more.
Iori.
Though I still maintain she's a sack of potatoes.
Story is basically, just Juro's story again, if it were good. I guess that's the best way to describe it.
Also, literally runs to school with toast in her mouth, runs into a senpai, and then covers her skirt in embarrassment.
Yep. The
10 minutes in.
Yeah. But
Toast
I think
in mouth.
Going into Iori a little more, we'll have to wait until we get to the other characters that are previous versions of Iori, which are important enough to bring up on their own.
Which we will get into in just a sec. But for now, I want to move on to her lover, A. Sekigahara, who I am very high on. I haven't seen a lot of people talking about A. I think that he is one of the better written characters in the story. He's kind of a mess. Like, he's kind of all over, and even me on my rewatch trying to track everywhere he goes and everyone he interacts with, because he is also, just like Ryoko, he is falling apart and is losing his memory. So he's often kind of disoriented when he's in places in the mid part of the story. So some interesting things about A. One, his story comes at the end. His is the last to be properly in chronological character, except for Gouto, who's kind of an exception. Because his is saved for, like, you see at the end. But you get access to A an hour into the game, and you see him, and the vast majority of time he's on screen is when he's not in protagonist mode. It is before he has lost his memories. I think it's very compelling. The guy wakes up in an alley next to a corpse and a gun, and he has no memories.
And the reason it's so intriguing is, by this point, you've met the woman who he's killed, which is Morimura, the school nurse.
Yes, and he is all right. So, we have framed a lot of this story through the lens of tropes. I would assert that A is the Sasuke. He is the edgelord of our story, and I think he's a really fucking good edgelord. And I think that where a lot of edgelords would be annoying, he is compelling, and I would like to. I can back that up.
I wouldn't call him an edgelord at all. I'd say that he's just more of the blue Oni archetype, the more calculated, reserved type. He's tactical. He is a man on a mission, and he is like cold and logical. I wouldn't call him an edgelord necessarily, because a lot of edgelords are very fired up.
Part of what makes him a good edgelord is that he's not that edgy. But I kind of give him that distinction because he pontificates about what is he gonna do, and he's angry about being manipulated, and he kind of feels lost. He also kind of has the darkest emotions of the cast. There's a part where he says he hates himself, and it takes a while to figure out what he means by that. It's actually kind of like he doesn't elaborate when he says it to Tsukasa. And eventually what you find out he means is that despite him being one of the more capable members of the cast, he wields his gun very skillfully, and he's, lapping everybody else as far as understanding the plot. He is actually, like, just being manipulated like everybody else, and he's losing his memories, and he's scared. But also, he feels like he is one of the more self-aware members of the cast, and, like, he's got Iori, who has confessed to him, and he feels unworthy of her love because he can't give her an answer. Which I think is a good spin on unrequited love.
He is also from 2065, correct? Or 2064.
Yes, and 2064. And, yeah, him and Ryoko fighting is one of the first things that happens in the main loop that the story takes place in. And it's also really cool that him and Ryoko fighting. Iori, going hard inspires him to go hard. Like, when he activates his Sentinel, it's because he sees her fighting, and he's like, I ain't sitting it out. And he feels the need to, like, and it's kind of a good reversal on, like, Iori has puppy dog love. She has very preteen, wistfully idealized teenagery love that is kind of unrealistic in many ways, where she bumps into this guy and it's love at first sight. But then, like, they kind of explore that dynamic, and they explore not really knowing how to deal with a girl who kind of wants to be all over him, and part of it, it's not very physical. I think that helps a lot. Iori, one of the rare female characters who is good because she is not horny, and it's rare that I would say that. Pro tip of how to make your story better: make everyone more horny. But he deals with that, and he thinks that through, and eventually he kind of, like, gets over his bullshit and comes to terms with it. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking go and protect my friends like everybody else. I wish he got more to do in the ending. That's my and also what I think makes him good is partially the voice cast delivery. Like, there's this one time I think that highlights what I'm talking about, of like his edgelordness. He's like, so him and Iori are hanging out on the motorcycle, and he's like, what if I told you that I was an assassin sent from the future to kill you? What would you think? But he doesn't say, if you found out I was an assassin sent from the future to kill you, what would you think then? No, he just, like, says it, like, just flat out in, like, a borderline autistic, like just kind of like he's just wondering. That's what's great about is that he's just letting it all hang out, and he doesn't have, like, any pretensions about anything. Like, he just kind of is what he is and says things, and I find it strangely endearing. I did not think much of him at first, and, like, he slowly grew on me to be one of my favorite characters. I opened up the floor. Sorry for ranting too long.
I mean, I really don't have much more to say about Sekigahara. I mean, he's a fine character. I think he's a little bland for me, but his storyline was interesting.
Can be.
I enjoyed the storyline that he had going on, so it was
him being the one to finish off Ida was
good. Having like it was kind of like, the Bourne conspiracy type story. Just this man with no memories trying to find out who he is and take down the organizations that hired him, or what. It was an interesting story. It was one that I was compelled to follow through. But Sekigahara himself, he's fine.
Sure. You want to take lead on Renya Gouto? This is a weird character. Where do you wanna start with our boy Renya? Do you like Renya? Like, just a genuine question, because I don't even know how I really feel about him.
No, he just stands there in the background for almost the entire game, being like,
I kind of like how much of a dick he is. I kind of like how much of a he is the he is the student president character. That is his.
Yeah, like the snobby glasses high school student president,
with the
very
good hair,
sharp-faced, very sharp haircut, and
takes
for most of the game, he is just hanging around Morimura, the nurse who's doing questionable things and like babysitting Shinonome. And I think you get, like, he's the last character you unlock, probably.
And he's very mysterious. So they dangle you in front of your face. You do 2 scenes of him, and then they rip him away from you.
Yeah. You do 2 scenes, and then they're like,
and the reason for that is because he has all the answers.
Come back to this when all the other characters are, like, when, like, literally every other character, you've gotten their story to 80% or higher, which means they've all got, like, one thing left.
Yeah.
Like, one storyline left. So you get his story, and it is basically just explaining what exactly is going on with Morimura.
I do not like the scenes of him just dumping exposition to camera. It's probably for the best, because it probably helps some people keep up with what's going on, and I will say I probably needed that a bit in my first playthrough, but those scenes are very dry, and I skip most of them on rewatch. Where I think, I kind of, like, enjoy reveling in Renya, because he is just such an ass. I think he's kind of entertaining from that point of view. I also really enjoyed him towards the end. I wouldn't say he's one of my favorite characters by any means, but when you find out that he was in love with Morimura, and, like, he does the big dramatic take sunglasses off thing, it's pretty good. Also, when you re-watch in order, and you find out that after he finds out that she was in love with him, so you ever wonder why Renya retrieved Chihiro, young Morimura? He retrieved her directly after he found out that the woman he was in love with another man. Even before Chihiro Miyamura, Nurse Morimura, is killed off, Gouto was angling to replace her.
Yeah, and considering that the character in question is a child, even if it does have, like,
a kindergartner
memories, kind of, it's a little fucked up.
Yeah. No, I actually do enjoy their conversations because of the juxtaposition, and also, like, was it really necessary to dress me up like this? She's like, this is what kids wear. I thought it would be appropriate. And she's in the cutest little hat. Oh my god! That hat is so cute.
I mean, you know that's, like, what, you know, kids of that age wear as school uniforms.
I know, because
right?
Japan is the only civilized society. If you don't put your kid in that cute of a hat, that is child abuse, and I will arrest you. I will come to your house. So, did Renya win you over by the end? Because he is pretty cool in the final conversation with Morimura, and him sort of, like, opening up from his shell and, you know, getting his hands dirty.
By that point, I did not care. I don't know why they thought to save him for the end. It's not like you play through a story and
because he has all the answers.
Now I understand everything. Like, it's by that point, you mostly have it figured out already. It's just kind of a recap of what you know.
I think a lot of people are going to
really
need a
kills
recap at that point. Was what
Maybe,
the writers were thinking.
That's fair, but I think that it really kills the pacing. I think that he is just a dull, generic character. I think that he is my least favorite, maybe second least favorite character.
Okay. Now, Buggy, I'm gonna unleash you. We are finally going to talk about Chihiro Morimura. The floor is yours.
Lordy, them titty. That absolute dump truck ass.
Okay,
holy shit.
Okay.
Great boobly moobly.
Dragon's Crown is not dead. The spirit of Dragon's Crown lives on in a single character design. I heard one person have the theory that, like, they said that they had a theory that Vanillaware, like, made their designs more, like, mainstream and less ridiculous for this game in order to, like, make it more mainstream, but they thought that backfired because it didn't have, like, the buzz that Dragon's Crown's, like, design attracted. I don't know if that's true. That sounds like a little bit of a stretch to me, but Morimura does stand out. Like, all the girls are, like, pretty.
And then here's the thing. After they show, like, just how gargantuan her gazongas are,
Nuclear.
they slap her in a skin-tight latex suit.
Because they know. Those red gloves, though.
They know. Anyway,
Dude, did you
we're
notice
kind of
that? Did you notice
lead.
that when she's in the skin-tight suit, she's almost never shot in face-on? She's always in profile. I don't even know if they could.
Yeah, so that you can see her ass.
Because like the way her spine is contorting, so both her breasts and ass are in the same. I mean, hey, she is a fake being created by Universal Control.
She puts a fucking Boichi to shame with how like Boichi's works.
Like,
Anyway, we're kind of burying the lead on who is the most important character in the game.
I believe there is such a thing as big titty, as too big, and Chihiro Morimura is much like Tsubasa Hanakawa in that it should be too big, and you don't understand how it functions, but somehow they went right up to the line and they kept it together. Good job, Vanillaware. Props to you. But enough about us two being pigs. Why is this person important, Bug?
So, in the previous time loop, there were, I think, 3 people who had survived it. There was Okino, there was Juro Izumi, and there was Chihiro Morimura. Who was, and Okino sacrificed himself to send Morimura and Izumi back in time 16 years. And like to essentially the start of the new loop. So basically they were not erased when the new loop began. So basically Morimura is actually Iori Fuyusaka from the previous time loop. And she is basically trying to prevent the time loop from happening again, or is that what?
So
I forget what exactly she's attempting to do.
So Chihiro Morimura has found out that. So here's a thing that's kind of buried in the mystery files. They're running out of loops. There's been thousands of loops, and they're not gonna get many more. So part of the reason that Morimura wants to stop the loops by initiating Operation Aegis is because they don't have infinite time. They don't have infinite loops. The pods that are physically like keeping them in gestation are not gonna last much longer.
Yeah, like they're running out of power or something.
They basically need to force the issue. I'm going to read directly from the wiki. The nurturing of the 15 members started once the terraforming of the new planet was completed, but the details of the terraforming official end date are unknown. Therefore, details on when the current loop began or how many have passed before it are unknown. However, based on the stability of the facility, it's believed there have been at least 300 loops leading up to this point. I don't know if it's finding when it's running out, but yeah, basically it's implied they're running out of time. And that's why he wants to, or she wants to, get it started out, to force the issue.
Is she the one? Is she the one who has the plan to stop the loop from happening?
Yes. And that puts her in conflict with Ida, who wants the loop to keep going so he can have more chances to rebirth his version of Tomi Kisiragi. That is why they come into conflict.
Is it also in conflict? Okay, so is Chihiro Morimura also in conflict with the other Chihiro Morimura?
Only in that 2021 Chihiro Morimura only wants there to be one of them, which is why she murders her.
Right.
it's a
right, because it was her and not Sekigahara that murdered.
Yes, that's the reveal. One important thing to note is that Chihiro Morimura, this is kind of a plot point that can kind of get lost in the wind, but she is in love with 426, and she is manipulating Juro Kurabe to like try and put his memories in there and bring him back. But
426 being Juro Izumi from the previous time loop, which we'll get to that.
Yes. We're gonna end with him.
Yeah. So in a way, like on your notes you have written, is this character an antagonist? Does this game have an antagonist? And I would say that no, it's ultimately her, like, is she an antagonist? She's framed as one throughout the majority of the...
I've written some other things in those notes there, Bug.
What?
That's not all I've written in those notes about that character.
Oh, yeah, no. You wrote in the notes right next to her name, in parentheses, Big Titty. Tiddy.
Well, there's two Chihiro Morimuras, and, like, you know...
Yes. I mean, technically there's three, but one has a different name, and also it's... Whatever. Anyway, like, she's framed as the antagonist for most of it, or an antagonist for most of it, but ultimately it's her plan that they go with, isn't it?
Yes, and I'll talk about writing
so
here.
So she's kind of the hero.
Yeah, so I write a lot of fiction, and I devote an objectively harmful amount of my life to doing it and thinking about it. And one of my principles is that there are no good guys and no bad guys. There's just characters. And people run into each other. And they have conflicts arise. And this game definitely does that. Where even Tetsuya Ida, who is the closest to a villain this thing has, even he gets a good redemption. And that's part of the that's part of the themes that the game's going for. But it's also part of the idea that, you know, a lot of our characters, our protagonists, are, like, sort of set against each other at certain points in opposition. Because just people run into each other, and it creates a much better way to present personalities in that, you know, we're not necessarily rooting for one person or another. There's just people running into each other. And a lot of what Morimura does is reprehensible and bad. But you understand it and you learn where she's coming from, and she
Yeah, I think there are 3 different characters she is trying to drug in some sense.
Which are Shu, Juro, and Iori.
Yes.
I don't have a lot to say about Morimura. She just kind of like does a lot of keeps a lot of the plot going ultimately. And then she dies. I guess
but this is why I would say that this is why Iori is the true protagonist of the story, because it is sort of Morimura's legacy that she is carrying on, and that includes the other version of Morimura, who is well, I guess we should get to her.
So, little Morimura, or not Big Titty Morimura, is not the Chihiro Morimura we know. She is the OG Chihiro Morimura. She is the one from 2188. And
who has converted her consciousness into data
and was planning, with the help of 2188 Juro Izumi, to be reborn into the simulation because she said someone needed to lead them. And also probably selfishly, you know, wanted to keep living.
Yeah.
One big...
Even though it's not actually her, it's just an AI construct.
So a big... it depends on how you define her, which Tsukasa has a whole rant about that.
Yeah, trust no one, not even yourself.
Alright, so one big theme of 13 Sentinels is humanity, good or not good. So humanity is extinct in its original form, and from what glimpses we get of 2188, humanity, one, was wiped out by a plague, which, excellent time to launch your...
Actually, didn't that happen in, like, the 2100s?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it happened pretty rapidly, because we see the news broadcasts from 2188 of, like, the nanomachines are going kind of whack, and then, like, seems like people died pretty fast, and, like, they were,
I believe that everything that happened in 21, like, in that, but the underground lab that they go to multiple times, I believe that was in 2100, right?
Yes.
And it's an underground lab because the surface is uninhabitable because it's been destroyed by
radiation,
something,
which is probably not true.
Not the plague.
In just think about the physics of how that would work inside of the sector. But whatever. Part of the story you shouldn't think too hard about. But okay. So humanity went out not with a bang but with a whimper. First, a nanomachine plague swept through the human race, caused by Chihiro Morimura, though not fully her fault. She was principally responsible, and that guilt haunts her. There are only 15 surviving humans. In there, there's a bunch of other DNA material for more, but they're on the Ark, the big mega ship that's flying millions of years to a new planet to restart the species. And a bunch of our characters were originally scientists that were a part of that restarting of the species, terraformers, AI people, biologists, interstellar astronaut, smart boys, and whatnot. And then they started fighting amongst each other, and they all killed each other. Some for valid reasons, some for very much not. And Chihiro Morimura is a character that kind of gets to redeem the human race. And the heirs to the human race, which are, of course, 13 characters. And the story ends with Gouto and Taketoshi convincing Chihiro Morimura to give them a chance. And she, like, entrusts the new generation that they're going to save them all. And they do, and it's like a cool...
Because this Morimura wanted to shut off the portals, like, to cause the loop to happen again, didn't she?
Yes. And she learns that she can't. That's
so,
a bad idea.
Yeah, so the two Morimuras are in opposition to each other then.
Yes, which is why one of them eliminates the other.
Yeah. I thought you said that, no, they're not in opposition to each other. They both wanted Project Aegis to...
I don't remember whether or not I said that.
Okay, yeah. So basically you have two versions of the same character, except they're different people because one of them is like the simulated Morimura from a previous time loop, and the other is the original Morimura given like data form. It gets mind-bending and confusing, and at some point you just have to say, oh, fuck it, go with it.
She is used as a stand-in for the old world and the follies therein, and she's kind of redeemed. Maybe shouldn't have been when you look at what she did, but, like, I don't know. She was fine. I kind of want to move on to other characters, because I don't have, like, too much to say about her, other than, like, I think she's more of a thematic character than, like, a literal character, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Also, like, she's a big driver of the plot. I believe, like,
plot.
Wasn't it the original Morimura that put the project into motion in the first place?
Project Arc?
I mean, they all worked on it, but I
don't know if she was, like,
I
think she was one of the, at least, well, she was the principal scientist between the nanomachines. Yeah, well, wait, okay, I have the,
Also, she is maybe Miura's younger sister, or at least she has inserted herself into the simulation as that.
Yes, though actually it's implied that Gouto puts her there. Also, she is OG Tsukasa Okino's mom, though the mechanics of that are not fully explained.
Yes.
And that's part of their tie. And, like, they are both kind of abusive people who gaslight their crushes and manipulate others, and there's a lot of thematic connection between them.
One thing I do really much like about the mini Morimura,
Sure.
or OG Morimura, like in her mini Morimura form, is that she is like she has all the Morimura like memories and whatnot, but she doesn't always have access to them. Like she's still in a child's body with a child's brain, so sometimes sometimes she is chillingly adult, but sometimes she is endearingly childish.
Yes, and that is very hilarious. All right, we're in the home stretch, and I want to move on to another kind of weird character, though he's very central. Shu Amiguchi. Shu Amiguchi is less of like a hard character trope. He's kind of he's sort of the pretty boy. He's sort of the rich kid. But much less of a strong character archetype than say Yuki or Renya. How do you? But he does get one of the more cohesive arcs and overcoming adversity moments of our entire cast, and I'm very curious to know what you think of him. Buggy.
Gosh, I don't really remember much of his story.
Well, so he, he's figuring out. So a lot of his story is used to deliver exposition about Tetsuya Ida, whose memories he is remembering because Nurse Morimura is putting them in his brain. He communicates with Miyuki Inaba. He finds out that that the sectors, they're 30 meters across. They're in a simulation. And then he gets manipulated by Tetsuya Ida. And then he, outflanks him and overcomes and does the hero thing. Also, he comes on way too hard to Yuki in a way that makes him a scum. Probably means he's a scumbag, but I don't know why I like him.
I do remember him going to the edge of the world and discovering that, and I guess that is kind of all that his story really leads up to, isn't it?
Yeah, but also he's got that big confrontation with Tetsuya Ida, and which is also Ryoko Shinonome's kind of her big moment.
Right.
I think, he fights back against adversity. He doesn't like being talked down to. I think what makes him kind of adorable is, one, we see the past flashback where Tetsuya Ida tells his version of Kisiragi that he's putting on a front and he, intentionally is trying to be tougher and to be cooler. Which I think Shu inherits that, and I think we can put that on him, and that gives him some flavor. He overcomes. Mm-hmm. He does some things, and I kind of like how, much like Taketoshi, I like how hard he commits to his bit. Even though he's kind of a sex pest ass, I just kind of like, gotta put on a show for Yuki-chan. He's fronting so hard he becomes real, and I respect it. That's my take.
It's really hard to talk about Amiguchi without talking about him alongside Tetsuya Ida,
who is the next character I have queued up. If you want to just jump into that.
Yeah, I mean, we also have Miyuki Inaba on the list, but literally all she is just an idol. She's an idol in 2188, and she is the original version of Usami.
Yeah, well, she's from one loop ago, and it's very much Frankenstein's.
No, I don't think she's from one loop ago. Is she?
Yeah.
I thought that she was from Like she was an AI from in a satellite.
Yes, she was Miyuki. She was. It is Tomi Kisiragi from one loop ago. That is canon.
Is it? Okay, I had thought that she had, like, the original Miyuki Inaba had
I don't think there is an original. No, there
like
is no
Morimura
original
had
Miyuki
been.
Inaba. I don't even think she's a like. Let me go really quick. Yeah, she's not from 2188. She exists fully in like the fake 1985, and she was Tomi. She's a grown-up version of Tomi Kisaragi, from a loop ago, and essentially.
Well, then who was Kisaragi in 2188?
Tomi Kisaragi in 2188 was a terraforming scientist. She's not that important.
What?
In the 20... Yeah.
I don't remember that.
It's pretty brief.
Okay. Well, we've spent far too long on this and me being wrong about that. Anyway,
I'm leaving this in because I want to
Tetsuya
humiliate
Ida.
you.
No, it's fine. It just goes to show that there is a lot.
This is a confusing fucking story. This is too much. This story is too much.
It's so convoluted. Anyway, Tetsuya Ida is the Shu Amiguchi from a previous loop who also somehow made it through, along with Miyuki Inaba, in the reset. He was a scientist working on androids, and he was in love with Inaba.
And he wants to... So his plan is he wants to make an android and then put Tomi Kisaragi's brain in that android. But that just doesn't really do it for him. So then he finds a code from 426, Juro Izumi, that can sever memories inside a person. So his plan is to inject this code into a newly looped Tomi Kisaragi, wipe her memories, and put his waifu in her. But Tomi Kisaragi from one loop ago, who we referred to as Miyuki Inaba, refuses and says that this is bad and that you can't kill a new person because that person's a new person. That's not me. And she was also installed into just like Miura and Tamao. She was installed into a Sentinel. She was installed into Sentinel number 16. Yeah, she turns on Tetsuya Ida and she aids our heroes in the final battle. And actually, arguably, does like the final blow that makes everything okay in the end.
So yeah, Ida, I think, is one of the biggest villains of the series because he is
the biggest.
Everything
dick.
He's doing is like for his own selfish desires. It's because he wants to, revive his dead love, and he is kind of stopping at nothing, and he's attempting to stop Operation Aegis because then they won't be able to loop anymore.
And he wants to get it right. In many ways, if 13 Sentinels has the theme of nostalgia, Tetsuya Ida is the dark form of that. He is holding on to a past that he should learn to let go.
Yes.
And he's unable to move on. But just like the entire human race can be redeemed by our heroes, he is actually given a stinger of a happy ending. They're gonna bring it back in the eye, and he's gonna get what he wants, but he doesn't have to hurt anybody. Don't really know how I feel about that.
I forgot that part. It was. I kind of forgot about that part.
Also, I didn't mention this, but 2188 Ryoko Shinonome decides to fuck with the heavy machinery, and make them into kaiju that are gonna purge humans from all the sectors and do the reset loops. That was her idea, and she goes insane and decides to end humanity after having her heart broken by Tetsuya Ida.
Mm-hmm. Also, while we're bringing up things that we should have brought up earlier, or I guess while we're bringing up important plot things, the battles that they're competing against are like the code for it. Okino was the one who coded the thing, and he kind of took a shortcut and used some code from an old video game
that featured the Daimos. Yeah.
Yup.
So everyone in 2188 is kind of a fuck up in one way, and even Tsukasa Okino, our genius boy, kind of fucked up, and like, yeah, his code got exploited by Shinonome, but he was the one who decided to take shortcuts by basing his shit off of a video game.
Yeah, and I believe that the kaiju attacks are the result of like a flaw in the programming.
Yeah, well, I believe the way I understand it is that
I was never fully clear on
Shinonome
that.
from 2188 like puts the flaw in universal control, and causes the kaiju, the machines, to turn into kaiju and attack. Why terraforming robots need to be able to launch missiles beyond me. I guess you got to get stuff into the atmosphere. I don't know.
Yeah.
So he is the grand manipulator. He is the guy pulling a lot of the strings, manipulating Ryoko, manipulating Yuki, and fucking him up is a big part of our story.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we ready to move into arguably the two most interesting characters in this shit?
I'm sorry. Did you describe Megumi Yakushigi as one of the most interesting characters?
I did! Interesting doesn't mean good. Interesting means I have a lot to say.
Fuck you.
Interesting means she inspires interest.
So, I said that Gouto might be one of my least favorite characters. If he is number 2, then, or like number 2 from the bottom, like the one I have at the bottom is Megumi.
Yeah,
I do not like her.
Okay. Here's the thing.
She's such a derivative character.
Yeah, all right.
She is.
Okay, wait. All right, Buggy, can you please, when we refer to
I went in being like, oh, she is best girl, but I came out being like, no, she is the worst.
Okay, so let's back up, and for people who aren't unrepentant, degenerate weebs who care way too much about this bullshit, when we're referring to Megumi Yakushigi as a derivative character, which, to be clear, everyone is, because everyone is based off of tropes, we just, I think, have to be a little bit closer to this one. What are we referring to?
Have you ever seen Puella Magi Madoka Magica or Maho Shoujo Madoka Magica?
I might have heard of it.
Magica? Yeah. You know
Studio called
Homura Kemi
Sap?
from that series?
Srap? Sag? Sham? Okay, yeah, so there's a Homura, there's a fire Homura Akemi. Tell me about this Homura Akemi.
Well, she is a character who made a
what does she look like
with this? Oh yes, she has long black hair. She is very cold, quiet, and cool. And if you actually see her in a flashback to a younger version when she is, in episode 10 when they do that, you can see that previously she wore glasses, and I believe her uniform is like gray with purple on it. Yes. Let me look up a picture quick.
I mean, to be fair,
so I can describe.
Almost every female character is gray with purple on it.
It's okay. So she has a white and purple sort of theme in her in her magical girl form, which looks very suspiciously similar to the school uniform.
Listen, it's not 13 Sentinels' fault that this Maguka Magica show ripped it off. Okay, like, I don't understand the problem.
It looks so much like her. Anyway, both are characters who form a contract with a talking animal as a way to save a friend who does not have memories of when they met, that they are in love with.
Bug. You know what the best part is? So, one of my contrarian opinions is I very, very much enjoyed the dub for Madoka Magica. You know who plays Homura Kemi in the English dub Madoka Magica?
I don't know her name, but I do know, since you have mentioned this.
And do you know who happens to voice Megumi Yakushigi in the English dub of 13th
Is it Christina V?
They got the same voice actress because they knew! Alright, and also, pure aside, when I heard Christina V's voice and saw her attached to, at that point, stern, long hair, I almost fell out of my chair. Like, I stood up and I yelled. I had an immediate, which, by the way, Christina V is a genius. She has a huge range, and she specifically did, like, that voice. You also might know her, she's done a lot of kids' cartoons work. She also plays Darkness in Konosuba, a very prominent and very good role for her. Her performance as Homura Kemi is utterly genius. Another character she voices is she plays Sakura Matao from Fate Stay Night. And she is in the Unlimited Blade Works and the new Heaven's Feel movies as that character, who is a character that goes over to our main character's house and cooks for him as his functional wife, and clearly wants the dick and doesn't always get it. And they literally just took Homura Kemi and Sakura Matao and took a welding arc and welded and just fucking soldered them together, and we're like, boom, we fucking got it, boys. Who wants to go out for beers? And it's like I feel I want to insert, like, just the Planet of the Apes guy pounding his fists into the sand on the beach, be like, you maniacs! You blew it up!
And see, the most frustrating thing about it is, like, I'm not bothered that she's very clearly a reference to. I mean, I'm not as familiar with Sakura,
close
but it
that and like, for people who are like doubting, like, it is on the nose. Like, okay, so really fast, Buggy, do you know what the Thermian argument is?
Why, I believe I do, because you mentioned it to me earlier before we started recording.
I'm doing a bit, damn it!
Oh. No, Wyatt, tell me, what is the Thermian argument?
The Thermian argument is essentially an acknowledgement that decisions in a work of art, even if they can be contextualized in the art, are done because the author wanted to do them. And, so, for instance, why does Chihiro Morimura do her Black Ops in a skin-tight leather suit? Well, maybe because, it allows her to hide in the shadows and it's tactical gear, and maybe she's got, like, No, they want to see the big titty, big booty dump truck girl in the skin-tight leather. That is what they want. And it's acknowledgement that authors and writers are people, and, like, I write novels. I go out of my way. I once had a character be Japanese, specifically so I could give him a specific last name, because I wanted to put a Easter egg in my novel to a Japanese author that I respect a lot and who influenced the novel. Like, writers do things for convoluted bullshit reasons. And, like, the fact that they went out of their way to have a talking cat talk to this girl and give her a gun, because Homura is she's the magical girl who uses a fuckload of guns, because she steals from Yakuza, she's a hardcore G.
I mean, technically, it's not a gun so much as a nanomachine injector. It looks vaguely like a gun.
It is called a magical gun, and she is used to seal witches. And this is, like, kind of total. I guess maybe the in-universe explanation is that 426 Juro Izumi, like, thinks he needs to trick her for this convoluted. There is. Oh, hey, by the way, when in her first scene, did you accept the contract or did you say no? Because you get a choice. You're prompted.
Pretty sure I accepted it, because if I said no, it would probably force me back into this.
So it does not force you, actually. The scene does fade out. I selected no, and Fluffy essentially is like, I guess you would have been pretty stupid to do it immediately. There's a little bit of biting dialogue. Okay, all right. So, there's a lot. The derivativeness is a big reason to dislike Megumi. Another reason to dislike Megumi is that she is very separated from a lot of other characters. She's kind of doing her thing off her own world. She's kind of a hindrance to some of them, literally shooting them in the face.
Her storyline, like, if her storyline weaved into the plot well, I would be fine with it.
I think
but
it
the
does.
thing
Like,
is,
she shows up in Shu Amiguchi's story and totally derails everything in a way that's cool if you're just viewing it from his perspective. She frees Nenji, which shows the power of 426 and like convinces you that Fluffy is 426.
I guess, but it would have, like, literally any other character could have done that and it would have filled the same function. It feels so tonally inconsistent. There was, like, it felt so tonally inconsistent with everything else. It felt like it was such just a separate story. And because the story felt derivative, and because, like, it's not even... Okay, so these characters all have these past versions of themselves that are all interwoven into the story. Her past self is just some baby that...
Who is star-crossed, who is a star-crossed element, because Juro Izumi, like, decided to believe in humanity and, like, took this child on great risk to himself. He almost died, if she had had the plague. He decided to go out there and he thought that this kid was worth it. And it was a big moment for 2021, 2188 Juro Izumi, I can't talk.
I mean, yeah, but that is, like, she had no role in that story. She had no agency.
That's true.
In that part of the story. She was just there. And because of that, it feels like she can
Tomi
be cut
Kisiragi
almost entirely out of the narrative.
It's also kind of there. You know, there's just like a, you know, like a lot of characters were just kind of like weren't responsible for like the end of humanity and shit.
Yeah,
right
but
now.
she has a past self. She has a past self that's tied into Tetsuya Ida's story.
Sekigahara literally set off a bomb. Okay, so allow me to play devil's advocate, because I am evil. Alright. I spent a long time heavily disliking Megumi, because she's whiny, and also I have the complaint, just like Ryoko, that she's just in love with this dude, and I fucking hate a female character just being like her main thing is that she's just in love with this dude. Big powerful thing about romances is that characters need to exist cohesively outside of the ship, and like Tomi and Nenji are delightful characters outside of their relationship with other people. That being said, where Megumi's arc frees itself from bullshit and actually gets a little entertaining is emotional complexity, where we do actually explore who she is. And like the big moment is when she sort of embraces her villainy. You know, she knows what she's doing with she knows what she's doing with Fluffy is wrong. It's heavily... Now, it actually turns out to be very, very good for everybody. But in the narrative, the framing and directing connotate to the audience that this is a bad thing to be doing. And Fluffy is, you know, voice acted and framed as a heavily duplicitous character. Agreed?
Yeah.
It's presented as bad. And, eventually, and she feels guilt for this, and she's like, I don't know what's worth it, and she questions, and sometimes she refuses, but then we have this moment with Iori Fuyusaka, who she sees as a rival for Juro's heart, and we have this moment where she keeps saying, I'm doing this for Juro, I'm doing this for Juro, and she can't make herself lift the gun. And then she says, "No, this is for me." And she sort of embraces the fact that she's a spiteful bitch and shoots her. And I kind of like that. Now, to be fair, I am famous for loving bad people. Many of my favorite characters are awful people. I like Zero from Drakengard 3. Who is the worst person. And, like, we get to see her grapple. She, a bad thing about her is she's in her own head. She's away from her characters. But that means we can see her grapple with her guilt, her rage, and we get to see this young girl come, very shy girl, she's framed. Tomi's like, you just gotta come out of your shell, Megumi. And she does, by, in a strange way, going inward. And then, when things get more intense in the end of the story, she, collapses in guilt, and and she's one of the few characters who, like, is like, holy fuck, I am just a stupid fucking kid. Shu Amiguchi is never punished for being for, like, borderline sexually harassing Yuki endlessly. Like, but Megumi actually has to reflect and is repentant. Now, not a huge amount comes from that, to devil's advocate, my devil's advocacy. But, yeah. I like Megumi a lot more than I like other characters. Characters that are just kind of boring, like Keitaro. I like her more than I actually like Juro, just because, like, she does things, and she has, I think, that emotional complexity. And yes, she can be very annoying, but just the amount of agency she has in the plot and the amount of time we spend in her own head, I slowly got taken around to her side a little bit. But I 100% understand where you're coming from. Does any of that strike you as fair, or are you having none of it?
I mean, I can understand liking the emotional complexity of her story, but the thing for me is that it's hard for me to get into the emotional complexity of it when I can't get behind her as a character. I can't feel attached to her as a character.
Why?
Because she seems so bland, so one note, so, like, subservient to Juro at all times, while also trying to control him. I don't like her as a character, and that makes it hard for me to invest in her emotional.
See, that's how I feel about Ryoko. It's interesting that we've come to these two conclusions. Megumi's weird. I like how she kind of, like, one interesting thing about her, this might be a little bit of a stretch, but in the combat, she's introduced, so she literally has the tutorial where the game teaches you how shields work. Shields are super important in the game. I actually think it's kind of busted that, like, instead of having an armor mechanic, you have a full damage negation mechanic.
I almost never used shields.
I constantly use the shields. So she's introduced as a defensive and supportive character, but she actually can, if you configure her properly and do the work, deal a lot of damage. And a lot of her battle quotes are, like, kind of really cool, and you kind of get to, like, in the narrative, sort of, like, make her a more fierce person. And I think she succeeds as a character a lot more than her relationship with Juro does. I actually was really liking her, and then I was, like, kind of, and then, like, she makes all these mistakes, and then she's, like, feels bad for it, but then Juro is like, hey, I actually have decided I love you suddenly. And when I rewatched everything, it does make more sense. Juro is physically attracted to Megumi, and this is, like, made clear in the body language and whatnot pretty early, pretty consistently. Like, he gets jealous when, she wants to talk to Shu.
He picked the wrong 2025 girl to be physically attracted to.
Wait, what? I missed that.
Nothing. He picked the wrong 2025 girl to be physically attracted to.
I mean, like, Megumi is the hot one.
Well, I mean, yeah, but Usami's just so cute. Anyway,
she's very no Usami. Again for the win. Usami is like minimum.
We'll get back to best girl. We'll get back to best girl. Let's move on.
Yeah. I went back and I had a pendulum on Megumi. I was very, very, again, like you, very, very high at her very early on. You were like, ooh, yeah, this is like my thing. Let's go. And then like, oh. And I was like, and then like I was like, maybe better. I can see it.
I feel like another reason that the emotional arc didn't land for me is because, again, it's literally just Homura. And I've already seen that story done better with Homura.
I made that comparison too, but I feel like that's an insult to Homura, who is infinitely more complicated and well-rounded character. It is a short. They are trying to shortcut, and like they are trying to shortcut into Homura goodness without like the sort of like the groundwork being laid. I think just like Ryoko, Megumi falls into the trap of like you don't really see a lot of like her just kind of being cute and compelling on her own. Unlike, say, Tomi or Yuki or Nenji, she just is kind of doing her plot stuff. I think that, just to zoom out a second, I think that 13 Sentinels is a story for writers. I think if you are a writer, this is a must-consume work. In some form. Watch a Let's Play. Watch Wooly Madden's Let's Play if you have to.
Here's
because
the other
this has
thing.
got I could teach a college class off this shit.
I think here's the other thing about 13 Sentinels and why like Megumi falls short for me, but also why a lot of the characters fall short. It's because the story is framed through the characters, but honestly the characters aren't particularly great. Like they're not the best characters I've seen in anything. They're not even close to it. And like I can have my favorites within 13 Sentinels, but I've seen plenty of other much better characters in plenty of other things. The big appeal of 13 Sentinels is the story and the way that they weave together, and I think that that's really interesting.
Twists.
And the twists, yeah. Well, again, like it's all the plotting.
Spectacle.
It's the plotting and the spectacle. It's not the characters. And
I push back because a lot of the characters are likable. Like many of the characters aren't bad. Many of the characters aren't even okay. They're good.
No,
I ended up really liking Shu. I thought he was fun.
No, I don't think that any of the characters are bad, except for Megumi, of course.
I think several of the characters are bad. Yeah. I think Renya's bad. I think Keitaro's bad. I think
Goto's bad.
I think Ryoko's bad. I think Megumi's bad. I think Juro might be bad.
Like, even none of the characters I don't think are terrible, but also none of them are really
None
great.
Are irredeemable.
I think that good is the best.
I think
characters
Nenji might be great.
To.
I think Nenji might be great, and I think Tsukasa doesn't earn it, but I fucking love him so much that
I keep having to fucking check because we use different.
I just fucking love his dialogue.
Yeah. Wait, shit. Which one is Tsukasa? Oh.
I call everybody by their first names because I'm American.
Almost no one does in the Okino is that's who that is. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's the characters ultimately feel just a little weak to me, and that's fine because that's not the big appeal
and also
of the series.
There's so many of them.
Yeah. Yeah, like, there's so many of them.
How were they all going to be perfectly crafted masterwork characters when it's called 13 Sentinels?
It's like 13 Sentinels, except every one of those Sentinels, take that times 3. It's,
Like,
But yeah, we're going to have to just...
I believe that when you have the option to see all of the characters like laid out in the loops at the end, you can view it from 39 different perspectives. Now it's more like 28 because it kind of cheats. A lot of people only have 1 or 2 entries, but yeah, no, there's a lot of ways to view this story. Some cool and weird ones, like viewing it from Tsukasa's story, where he just like fucks off for a while to invent the Sentinels.
So I guess let's finish up the characters with the character that the only note that you have for them is secret pro tag ?
Yeah, 426. He's the hero.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
He is he was a good guy all along trope.
Maybe. It's really hard to say. I don't exactly remember what his plan was, because wasn't his plan to kill anyone who had the decode in it?
Well, no. So he went through several plans. So, okay, he finds out that the kaiju are coming to kill us all. First plan,
actually, let's not bury the lead. Okay, so Morimura, not the little one, the one with the big titties. I
have converted him to my ways.
Well, I mean, how else are you going to define who she is? It's her defining character trait. The one trying to carry out Operation Aegis, the one, the nurse, she came back, or she was transferred over from the previous loop, but the person she was transferred with was the previous version of Juro Izumi, and basically the two of them both grow into adults. Well, Juro Izumi I think they both do some illegal shit in an attempt to...
So Chihiro Morimura, her and
Juro Izumi,
yeah, they team up, and they their first plan is blow up the kaiju factory. Then 426 and a different Chihiro Morimura, the one that we're talking about, they team up for a while, but eventually she brings him in and she takes him down. This is after he had his second plan, which, okay, blowing up the kaiju factory didn't work. Now we've got to kill all the kids who are drawing the kaiju to them. And so that's what he does. He's like, let's gack all the kids. Oh
yeah, because they
so
are
that's his
from
second,
2
so,
loops
yeah, so
ago,
that's his second
not
plan,
for the previous loops, from 2 loops
make it
ago.
so,
yeah,
make it so the kaiju can't come by making it there's nothing that will plan them. So his third plan is to make it so the kaiju can't come by detaching the nanomachines that have the kaiju beacon in them from their brains physically, and that is what DD426 is. Okay, that was what it was originally intended for. Then, and this is very, but he is foiled by the team, by Chihiro Morimura. He breaks out of Ida's lab, and jumps.
So he is prisoner 426, yes. And that's where DD426 comes from. When he's arrested, he becomes prisoner 426.
What he does is he infects everyone with the nanomachine. So using Tamao, he infects Yuki. And he jumps to Juro, and then he jumps to Megumi, where the rest of it's taken out. And the nanomachines will allow people to get in Sentinels and fight and win. And it's kind of inconsistent in that sometimes when he needs to be a villain, he's kind of a dick, and then when he needs to be a cool guy at the end, he's kind of a cool guy. Cute Shiba gets redeemed. But yeah, that's what's going on. And I don't know, it kind of works, and I actually really did enjoy Fluffy's monologue.
Yeah, it's really interesting because the big story throughout the series is mostly 426 version of Juro Izumi and Big Titty Morimura, kind of their love story or their love-hate story in a lot of ways, because they have such different approaches to how exactly to stop the kaiju menace that puts them opposite each other, but they still care about each other through the whole thing.
Yeah, definitely.
I think Big Titty Morimura and Ida are the three who kind of tie the whole story together.
Yeah, and ultimately, like, he serves mostly as, to twist and fake out and, make it clear that, you think he's the villain, and then, you find out. And that's part, what you find out this guy's part is when you're questioning a lot of your assumptions, and the big twists are starting to hit, and your eyes are being opened to what's actually going on. Mm-hmm. Do you like him? Is he cool?
Yeah. Yeah.
Still a dick.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I think that he functions really well as a character, and especially in the role he is. He is kind of the...
Also, him being a dick makes a lot of sense, considering what he's been through.
Mm-hmm. He is the most secret character, sort of. And he is the last one you suddenly start realizing, oh, okay, this is what's going on. This is explaining a lot. So I think that his role in the story works really well, and because of that, I like him as a character.
Do you have anything else to say about any characters before I move into closing statements? Because we have been recording for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, we haven't been talking for that whole time, but yeah, nothing else. Let's wrap this up.
I just want to note for the audience that when Buggy agreed to do this, because he agreed to do this for some godforsaken reason, he told me that he could not go over 3 hours.
Did I say that?
More or less, yeah.
I think
he's a podcaster to his core, boys. He's got endurance.
Look, this is 13 Sentinels we talked about. My thought was, if we can keep it under 4 hours, we've kept it tight. And we came...
I didn't think we would need more than 3.
Yeah, well, that's because this is your
wrong.
first podcast.
And because I'm just that verbose and just have that many nuggets of intellectual brilliance to share. So, in conclusion, what I take away from 13 Sentinels is I really enjoyed it. I think that I enjoy it less looking back on it than I did in the... I think in some ways my experience is a bit hollow just from like how it ended, which because the characters were so weak, even the best ones, the final emotional push didn't hit as hard as it did. But 13 Sentinels was delightful consistently all the way through. It was a really fun, good experience. Definitely worth my money and worth my time. Except for some parts where the gameplay was a little annoying, which I pushed through, I definitely think that it is more interesting to me as an intellectual, like, piece than it is as, like, a good story. Just from, like, what it is so unique and so ambitious that, like literary scientists should study this motherfucker. Like this whale needs to be dissected and plumbed to just see what the fuck happened. Like, you listener at home, whoever the fuck you are, you crazy ass, you have been hearing us talk for 4 hours-ish, and we have not covered everything, and we also do not fully understand this fuck.
Yeah.
And ultimately, what also I take away is how interesting it was that 13 Sentinels decided to sort of pair its massive, overly complicated narrative by kind of using the shortcut of character tropes. By being such a tropey narrative and throwing so many things on the wall. One, they kind of intrigued early on by just how tropey it was. And two, they gave the audience a shorthand on how to understand a lot of things, because you've probably seen it before. I would be fascinated to know how this story operates through the eyes of a person who is not as ingratiated with said tropes. It also gave me a good chance to argue with Buggy, which I love doing because his characters are weird and varied. I want to I wanna fuck Yuki. That's all I had to say, sir. I open up the floor.
Okay, well, I'm going to start with something that I think we had planned on having a best girl argument. Clearly you...
Oh, best girl is Nenji Ogata because gender is stupid.
Yeah. But if we're going more traditional best... like, Nenji is no doubt... Well, no. Nenji's not best boy, he's just best character. But best girl, that would be Usami, of course. She is adorable. I mean, look, I'm quite fond of the cute, small...
Probably Yuki and Iori tied for second place.
You know, she's the token flat-chested girl, which, like, she has the...
Is she that? I never noticed.
No, well, in Nenji's story, the bullies are constantly saying, "I didn't know you were hanging out with elementary schoolers."
Yeah, but that guy's a real dick.
Yeah, true. Anyway, like the red-rimmed glasses and everything. She's probably my favorite. But anyway, final thoughts. The 13 Sentinels, the destination is not necessarily great. It doesn't stick the landing, but I really don't think that...
It doesn't botch the landing. I want that to be clear. I think the landing's fine, just not, like, you're so used to having your mind blown that it's like...
Yeah. It's like, the destination is maybe not the best, but boy, what a hell of a journey. I think that 13 Sentinels is a very strong experimental game, an experimental story, something that is new and unique for the most part. It is not like fully unique, but it combines so many things into something that is essentially new. But because of that, I think that it is going to be something that becomes the template for something else potentially. I think that it has kind of redefined how we tell stories, or has experimented with how we tell stories in a very interesting way. And I think that it's something that will, in the future, be looked back on as not being that great, but only because it was like an early entry into something that I think people are going to be able to improve on in the future.
Do you want a little stinger joke to end this? I just found something.
Sure.
Maybe I should have listened to the sub, because Yuki Takamiya in Japanese is played... I think Laura Post did a great job, but I doubt she did a better job than Ami Koshimitsu, who does one of my favorite Japanese voice performances of all time as Ryuko Matoi.
Oh.
Because of course they got her. Who else are you gonna get?
Of course they got Ryoko to play to play like the delinquent.
Holy shit! The voice actor, the Japanese voice actress who plays Yakushigi, also plays Zero in Dragon Guard 3. So good.
I'm sure that there are so many like voice actors that I would know from something, but Sayori Hayami's the only one that really sticks out to me.
Kyle McCarley, just want to call back to him. He didn't get to like super show off of his voice performance. You know, A's like kind of a psychopathic, low emotions dude, but he still did a great job. Big fan of that guy. Keep your eye on that dude. He's a good.
Anyway, should we sign off?
Yeah. I guess that's it. For those who stuck around, I'll give you thank you, strangers. This has been real fun. This will not be the norm. This is mostly an experiment for a side project that might be happening that you might find out about and you might not. I am ever shifting.
I think I maybe know what the side project is, but I don't know for sure.
Also, I think you deserve a little reward as you stuck around too long, and too long for this too long thing. And in a few videos, we will be launching into a big project on Kill La Kill. We are going back to anime, boys, and we are going to chase views again. Woo! I want to be popular. It's all I want.
Nice.
And also, never, before I do my final outro, Buggy, thank you so much, my partner in crime, the man who co-signs all of this and allowed this to happen, so be angry at him too. Where can the folks find you on the internet? Plug your shit.
You can find me at the Ladybug Man on Twitter. I do a lot of very bad shit posting there. But if you want to find my works, pretty much everything I do, I post to theladybug.productions. I have a lot of stuff coming up. I think we have 2 podcasts that are recorded, one on Digimon, one on Handshakers, so that should be fun.
Dude, release the Handshakers podcast. I am so hyped for that. I want to hear someone who has watched Handshakers, because I physically cannot, because it makes my eyes. It gives me an actual migraine.
It's still being edited. We'll post it once it's done. But fun fact, we're going to be less hard on it than people would expect. But then another thing that I have coming up soon is the 3rd episode of Spiral Radio. If you listen to any of my stuff, if you listen to anything I do, Spiral Radio is definitely the one to check out. It is it's a documentary-style podcast, I guess I would say, on anime and my experiences with it. So, yeah, Wyatt, for the people listening on my feed, if this makes it there, where can people find you?
I am Wyatt the Word Weaver on YouTube. I am Azalea Wyatt on Twitter. I am the Demon Flower blooming from the void. I make video essays, and I'm going to make a whole lot more, and there's probably going, if you for instance, you're listening to this a year or 2 in the future, there's probably been a lot of really crazy products that have been announced. Because I'm gonna try and become more famous than Buggy, because one of my many self-destructive impulses is to compete with everyone around me, because enough will never be enough.
If I'm who you consider famous,
follow Buggy on Twitter.
If I'm who you consider famous, you need to reevaluate your.
Hey, Jay has more Twitter followers than me by a factor of 2 decimal points, and I will never not hate him for it. Follow Buggy on Twitter. He's so much more funny than me that he consistently makes me jealous. Alright. So, that's it. Wyatt the Word Weaver video in the bag, and don't forget that we are still running out of time.